Thank you. Let's call this meeting to order. The Sacramento City Council, Tuesday, April 29th.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan. Councilmember Dickinson is expected momentarily. Vice Mayor Talamontes. Here. Councilmember Plekibaum. Councilmember Maple. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Guerra. Here. Councilmember Jennings. Here. Councilmember Vang. Here. And Mayor McCarty.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Councilmember Vang, can you lead us in the land acknowledgement?
Yes, please stand if you are able. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu, Valley and Plains Miwok, Patwin and Wintu peoples, and the people of Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral land by choosing to gather today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento Indigenous peoples, history, contributions, and lives. Thank you.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Assistant City Attorney, do you have a report out from closed session?
Go.
Thank you. No report out from closed session. So may we move to special presentations? We have a Donate Life Month presented by Councilmember Plekibaum, Councilmember Vang, and Councilmember Maple.
All right. Thank you all so much for being here today as we celebrate and recognize National Donate Life Month, an opportunity to uplift the critical need for organ donors in our region and remind folks that you, too, could save a life. There are well over 100,000 people on the transplant waiting list across the nation, and every 8 minutes on average, someone new is added. We are pleased to have the team from Sierra Donor Services here with us today. SDS provides organ transplant services across Northern California and was able to coordinate nearly 1,000 transplants just last year. That's incredible. Joining me today in recognizing these lifesavers are my colleagues, Councilmember Vang and Plekibaum, and I will pass the mic over to Councilmember Vang. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Councilmember Maple. It's just an honor to join Councilmember Plekibaum and Councilmember Maple in recognizing National Donate Life, and it's in April. I think many of us might know someone whose life was saved or dramatically improved because of an organ donor. I'm looking at someone in the audience that I know, Chris Mateo as well. And, you know, these stories remind us of the really incredible impact that people can have. Whether it's, you know, a heart donation, a kidney donation, every donation really carries hope and healing and a renewed chance at life, right? And so it's just an honor to, you know, be presenting this resolution today with my colleagues to really celebrate folks whose lives have been transformed, but also those that have been donors as well. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Councilmember Plekibaum.
Thank you, Councilmember Vang. I think we all know the importance and the life-saving opportunity that organ donation presents. This is just a reminder to everyone who is so inclined to go beyond the button. Do more than just put that little sticker on your license. Register with the organ donation website. Let your friends and family know how important this decision is, not just to you, but potentially to them. There are countless examples of notable people that have benefited from this, and even countless more, just friends and family, you know, people in our lives that you may not even realize have benefited from the altruism of someone that came before them and made this decision and took an extra second to do the paperwork and go beyond the button, fill out that registration slip. So please let your friends and family know how important it is that, you know, if tragedy befalls you, that it may be an opportunity to provide a miracle for someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, would you like to do a presentation?
All right, maybe we can bring up the yes, come on up for a photo.
Actually,
and if you'd like to, I apologize. If you'd like to address the council, now's your opportunity, and we'll take a quick photo. Yeah.
Come on up.
Do I speak first? Okay. Hi, good afternoon, esteemed members of the City Council. I think I know some of you, and I thank you so much for your support. I want to just draw your attention. Organ donation saves lives. One person can save up to 8 lives, but I also want to stress that tissue donation can save up to 75. And I have for you someone whose life was saved because of a heart valve transplant, and I just wanted to give them a moment to share. If Diana, his sister, could share first. Go ahead.
Hello, and thank you all for this opportunity and for recognizing Donate Life Month. My name is Diana Ferreira, and I work for Sierra Donor Services, and this is my little brother, Stephen Kellett. You want to say hi? Hello. So Stephen was born with a very severe congenital heart defect. And at 6 months old, he needed an 8-hour procedure to fix his heart. And something really remarkable about this procedure that was at Lucille Salter Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford is that his heart was the size of a walnut, which is, a testament to medicine and science and altruism, as you mentioned. And just the incredible, incredible work that we all do separately but in tandem. When he was able to return home from his procedure at 6 months old, he's really thrived since then. We were told that part of his procedure would require a donor valve. And it's only since I've been in donation that I fully, and my family fully grasped what that meant. That meant another tiny baby, another neonate, had passed away. And their family made the decision to be selfless and donated the valves, incredibly tiny little heart valves. And that is why Stephen is turning 31 years old this year.
For you.
Stephen is just a joy to everyone. He loves to make fun of me with my husband. He loves Star Wars and Marvel. He lives an incredibly full life. We are currently planning his first art gallery show. He's an incredible abstract artist. And if not for this decision that his donor family made, and his donor, he would literally not be here. So Stephen has something that he would like to say, and this is what he would say to his donor and their family if he was given the chance. You want to see? Get a little close? Okay. Be a little loud, okay? It's sorry, it's not on there. That's distracting him. Okay, I'm going to say thank you. Thank you. All right.
And I also just wanted to lift up the fact that 80% of California's waiting list are people of color. So what the room looks like here is what our waiting list looks like. I'm also a kidney transplant recipient. And Alyssa Alamina, who I work with, she's with our eye bank. I don't know if we have time, has a personal story as well. If we could just do in 1 minute, yeah?
Thank you. My name is Alyssa Hernandez. My maiden name is Alamina. That's how she knows me from college. But I work for Sierra Donor Services Eye Bank, and I'm not here to represent the eye bank today. I'm here to represent my son Noah, who's not here with me. And he's not here with me because he's at school, where he should be. But he's a liver transplant recipient, and he received his liver when he was 6 months old because of a selfless decision from a donor and the donor family to give him a second chance at life. He lives a full life as well. He plays soccer and basketball, millions of birthday parties every weekend, and just has so much fun. And we are so thankful to his donor and their family for their decision to save his life and save the lives of others. And I thank you all for the proclamation today to help our organization as well as our community to really enhance the lives of others and to help us raise awareness for organ, eye, and tissue donation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope you can all partner with us. I know many of your communities have lots of communities of color that have concerns about organ donation, but we hope to come to these different communities with information and testimony and share just how life-saving it can be. So I'm looking at all of you guys. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So please come forward and I'll take a
Everybody
photo.
gets a dot, by the way.
I could take photos with phones. Would y'all like a photo with your phones? Okay.
Thank you. Thanks.
So Mayor, we have one more special presentation this afternoon. It's Small Business Week proclamation, and that is going to be presented by you.
That's right. Thank you. So this week, we wanted to recognize our small businesses here in Sacramento, across the nation. This is Small Business Week, and so our capital region is certainly a place of small business enterprise. We know in our country, we are led by small businesses who are the backbone of our economy. 99% of all businesses are small businesses, representing 2/3 of all jobs created in our country, in our state, and right here in Sacramento. So in our capital city, we have 22,000 small businesses serving as a foundation for our local economy, not only employing countless individuals, but providing services to the community as well. It's certainly something that I've heard loud and clear going around the city in my first few months on our listening tour is what we can do to help small businesses cut red tape and thrive here in the city of Sacramento. So essentially, we just want to applaud you and the work that you do in our capital city, our small businesses, and recognize next week, May 4th through May 10th, as Small Business Week. And to show our appreciation, we have a resolution. This is actually the first resolution that I've done as mayor, so it's to our small businesses. How about that? So we have two representatives from this year's Small Business Planning Committee that we wanted to invite up and say a few words. We have Heather Letzi, the Director of the Sacramento U.S. Small Business Administration, and Sophia Kanan, Director of Women's Business Center of the California Capitol.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mayor and council members. It's really an honor. Every year since 1963, the United States celebrates Small Business Week, celebrating the ingenuity and tenacity and grit and determination that it takes to become a small business owner. With Capital Region Small Business Week, we celebrate on a local level as part of National Small Business Week. And we've done this for about 10 years. We're thrilled that this is the first time that you're giving a proclamation, Mayor McCarty. I think that's pretty special. But we invite you all to the many events that are going on. The City and County of Sacramento are putting on BizX, which is going to be fantastic. There is a business exposition kickoff on Monday in Elk Grove, and just plenty of things happening all around. So we're very, very grateful for the proclamation, and I'll turn it over to Sophia.
Thank you,
Heather. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for recognizing this week. This is very exciting. We just had the pleasure of your company at the Women's Business Center last month, and so I know this is very much in alignment with what you support. And I have been the director for the Women's Business Center there for almost 5 years, but I've been at the Women's Business Center for almost 10, and I've also been on the committee here and serving as the chair for almost 10 years as well. And my commitment to small business is not just because this is a job, but as you said, they're the backbone. These are people with families and lives and children and brothers and sisters and parents who they take care of and support. And it is amazing to get to know them one-on-one and to see them start, to see them grow, to see them elevate. And so this week is not just about talking about small business and highlighting entrepreneurship. It's about honoring them, and it's about celebrating them and everything that they do and all of the hard work that they put into their business and into the economy. So thank you so much for this recognition. It means so much to not just the committee, but all of the Sacramento, all of the businesses within the capital region, not just within here, but around the surrounding counties as well and cities. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, thank you. So please come up. We'll present this to you. I'm not sure if there are other small business leaders in the audience. Come on up.
We actually have representatives from SCORE, the Women's Business Center, the Small Business Development Centers, and SMUD, who the Capital Region Small Business Week is powered by SMUD, so we're very grateful for their support. And the city.
Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let you know that in 1961, as an 8-year-old kid, my mother and my father were in small business. And my foundation of my life was made every day in Jack and Clara's Shoe Repair and Gift Shop. And everything that I have become has come from that foundation. And I can't tell you how much it has helped me to be able to accomplish the goals for myself and my family. So I applaud each one of you for the work you put in every single day in your businesses. Continue to do so, and I'm there to support you, as this whole council is. So congratulations.
Thank you.
One, two, three.
Okay.
So Mayor, we now move to the consent calendar. You have items 1 through 24. Are there council members that have questions, comments? Councilmember Kaplan.
Quick comments on 6 and 7.
Councilmember Dickinson.
I'd just like to be recorded as a no vote on item 23.
Noted. Vice Mayor Talamantes.
I'll be a no vote on item number 2.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Comment on item number 14.
Councilmember Pluckybaum.
I recuse on 14.
Thank you. So I've got a
And
no.
then I would like to comment on 7 and 8.
Thank you. So I have a no vote on Councilmember Dickinson on item 23. Vice Mayor Talamantes, a no vote on item 2. Councilmember Pluckybaum is recusing on item 14. So we'll go back to Councilmember Kaplan on item 6 and 7.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On item 6, I just want to thank staff. The landscape and maintenance districts are never easy, and last year I worked closely with staff to address Sometimes the fees go up and you don't see as many, services come through, but we have talked to the community, and yes, we know there has to be a slight fee adjustment, but I really appreciate city staff and how hard they're working, because in these areas, it tends to be our lowest income and harder hit areas. So thank you for finding a reasonable adjustment, but still keeping the services twice a month. I hope the rest that we know are coming stay that same way, but I just want to thank staff for that. And then do you want me to go on to item 7? So on item 7 as well, I want to thank the staff. This is Roseville Road Part 2. I know it's finding another service provider for the extra 100 beds coming in, and some people may go, well, why didn't you go with the same one? I actually want to say thank you for finding an alternate provider, because as we're going to go into this workshop and discuss our homeless services, one of the things I need to see is where's the data? Who is actually getting more people into permanent housing? Where's the accountability in the dollars of where we're going? And I don't want to say this is competition, but when you are proudly saying we only moved 30 people out of interim housing into permanent housing, last I checked with my kids, that's an F. And we have to do more than an F in what we're dealing with, the unhoused, and I think having at least 2 providers in the same area that are doing the same work is going to push both of them to be better, to get our community where they need to be, is off the streets and into more supportive housing. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember. And then Mayor, you had comments on 7 and 8?
Yeah, similar to Councilmember Kaplan, just wanted to thank our city staff for working on efficiencies for these items. And this kind of bleeds into our bigger discussion today, later on, about our homelessness programs. And I think it's important to note that we worked to adjust these contracts, not to get rid of services, but frankly, expand services and serve more people. So I know there was a misleading context recently that we're doing this to balance the budget. So make no mistake, we're not doing this to help with our woes in our parks or police or fire. Granted, we do have woes there we need to address. Every penny we save here is going right back to better serve individuals that are currently at these sites, which some of them aren't working as well as they should, which we'll talk to later. But more importantly, to serve more people. So I just think it's important to set that for the record, and to thank our city staff for doing this and working on this, and full support. Thank you.
And then Mayor Pro Tem Gatta, you had comments on 14?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. I will be supporting item 14. But want to make a couple comments on at least where the design is on the helipads. They have moved the helipads further south away from the community on Elmhurst, and we will continue to work with the UC Davis Medical Center and the flight and the airport the flight path coordinators to ensure that they come in through the south as well. But I think one thing that is important to note that while the flight path will be primarily be using the new tower, which is further away from the residents. My understanding of the old helipad is that it is above where pediatrics is. So just as we heard today, with essentially 2 young people who were benefited from the medical center, I want to make sure that we understand that the work that's being done there is to help save lives. So with that, thank you, Mayor.
You and Mayor, I have only one speaker on the consent calendar, Lambert, on item 4.
Yes, item 4, and I hope everybody on the rostrum pays attention, because it was something that happened Sunday that put the light on. You just got through talking about small business. Well, let me show, since we can't put it here, I'll put it in front of the public. There's a lot of people here today to see To the Bay and Back cheesecakes. There's some millennials here, I have to acknowledge them. They came up with this idea of, let's get the cheesecakes into the California Bridal and Wedding Expo. I had no idea that existed. They made it happen. And Mr. Dickerson and also the mayor and anybody else on the roster, you should be thrilled, because This past Sunday, that's all they kept asking us. Well, where are you from? Because they were from all over California. California is the 4th largest economy in the world now. And that event at the convention center highlighted it. And so I had to say Sacramento at least 15 times because they were from all over California. But they kept asking, what district? What district? So I said District 2. But I always said Del Paso Heights because that's where I'm from. And I have to make sure I recognize not only the Del Paso Heights community who are in here. I wanted to thank them for their support. I want to thank the Davis family, who's been here since 1946, for those of you who don't know, and then the millennials. And so I want to end by saying that if you meant what you said about small businesses, and I just heard you talk about small businesses, and I don't see too many people paying attention. I hope they are. But you should be reaching out to us. A computer cannot make a cheesecake. A crew does. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to hire people.
Thank you for your comments. I have no more speakers on the consent calendar. We can entertain a motion. Do we have a motion on the consent?
Motion by Guerra, second by Maple. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Noes or abstentions noted. Also, I'd like to note, Madam Clerk, I'd like to abstain on number 14. Okay.
Yes, let me read those into the record so that we have it. That was a motion by Councilmember Guerra, a second by Maple. A no on item 2 for Talamantes, no on item 23 for Dickinson, an abstain on item 14 from Mayor McCarty, and then a recusal from Councilmember Pluckybaum on item 14. Your motion
Number
does-
14, I'll do recusal, excuse me. not
Recusal.
abstain. Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
It's the Cluj Club. I live by the hospital.
Thank you. Do we have all those?
Yep.
Good. Thank you. The consent calendar passes. We move on to item discussion calendar. It's item 25, homeless workshop, approval of strategies addressing homelessness in the city of Sacramento.
Isn't the recusal abstain?
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Brian Pedro, Director for Department of Community Response. I first want to thank my team. We spent many hours getting ready for this workshop. We spend many hours every week working with our homeless community, trying to do the best that we can with what we have currently, and we are constantly trying to figure out ways to improve what we have to offer. I wanted to thank Yayin from YED, who also puts a lot of time in with us. It's nice to have our departments working together. Housing and homelessness work rather well together. Thank you for the county for being here as well. And I also wanted to thank the contracts that just were approved for VOA and Step Up, and all of our providers that have understood our trying funding times right now and working with it to make our contracts work. That being said, we'll cue up our PowerPoint. And
Brian, while this comes up, maybe just some housekeeping issues. Number one, I just want to announce that the item number 26 related to Project Home Key on Rio Linda Boulevard is being continued for 2 weeks. So if anybody was here for that, that item is not going to be heard today, but will be continued for 2 weeks. And then as you're putting your PowerPoint up here, I just wanted to note again, I asked city manager in the city to have us have a sole discussion, only one item at the workshop in the afternoon on homelessness, to talk about where we're at, kind of the state of where we're at here in Sacramento, what our numbers are, what our counts are, what are the services that we provide. And with that evaluation of what's working, what hasn't worked, what we're doing, but more importantly, we can't go back. We're here today, but we can only go forward. So the last part is what adjustments we'd like to propose and what we're making to essentially do better and serve more people here in the city of Sacramento. So that's what I asked for, and that's what you'll be providing us with today. Thank you.
And staff is working on the presentation. They say 10 seconds.
Okay.
Count.
All right, who's gonna start singing? Rick?
All right, we're ready. So on our homeless workshop, what I wanted to start with is a little background of going back to 2017 and looking at where we started to really see a takeoff in our point-in-time count. And as you can see by this slide, we increased our point-in-time for overall homelessness to 3,665, but a significant increase in our unsheltered by 2,052. In 2017, we launched our first low-barrier shelter that served 200 people nightly. And then in 2018, the City Council unanimously voted to declare an emergency shelter crisis to help us set up our shelters in a more efficient and expedient way. And then I also wanted to note on here, while I was running through things, I saw a 2019 quote from the SAC-B. Back then, a wise Councilman Jennings said that he wants a city to push for more housing as it opens additional shelters so people will have places to go after leaving. That is, 2019 seems like a minute ago, but it's actually 6 years ago already that was made. And here we are sitting still with that same dilemma of trying to create more housing or some interim type of housing for people to go to. In 2020, we started receiving HAP funding. We also had the COVID response and money coming in for Project Room Key, which ended up being our city motel program that we still have in place. And then Department of Community Response was launched. In 22, we did the city-county partnership agreement, and coordinated access came online to create a single point of entry to services and shelter. And then lastly, in 2023, the incident management team came up to have the dual mandate of outreach engagement and then also that compliance and enforcement. And so as we look back, I went back to 2020 on this because that's when we started receiving our HAP funding. And we know that there's been a lot of money put towards this, and we know where all of our money has gone. And so I wanted to show where that money has gone and let everybody see that we know exactly where it's gone. So we've spent over the last 5 years $115 million. 81 million of that was one-time funding. So that was either HAP, ARPA, FEMA grants, and that was directly towards homeless projects or programs. We spent another 15 million over the past 5 years removing 15 million pounds of trash, so it's about $1 a pound as we clean up our trash throughout the city. During that time, we were up to 1,375 beds. We opened 18 shelters, and through those shelters, we've served 11,600 people over that time frame. And then lastly, we spent another 65 million supporting housing projects, and as you can see here, a little over 1,700 affordable housing units and 487 permanent supportive housing units that were funding to bring up. So what's our current system look like? So if we look at our last year, again, we have the 1,375 beds in our shelters. That is increasing this year significantly. We have added 400, almost 400 onto this, and we still have some others in our pocket that we'll be bringing online. And so with that, we served in 2024, 4,240 people. And again, the price tag for that was $34.5 million. So a breakdown of how our shelters are funded and all the different programs that we have available. As you can see, it's across the spectrum and serves almost everybody that we have in our homeless community. There are varying rates of getting percentage to permanent housing. So our transitional age youth are our highest to permanent housing. And a couple of reasons there are youth. They're able to bounce back easier, but that is also our most expensive program, as you can see, per person per month is an expensive program. So it's that balance. Each program is different. It's tough to compare them. They're not all apples to apples. We have congregate shelter versus non-congregate, and then we have our motel program. So it's tough to just go across the board and say that one's performing better than the other just based on how the service provider is doing, because there's so many other elements involved in this. I wanted to bring forward this information on looking at, so our RHNA, which is our Regional Housing Needs Allocation Requirements. This is strictly for, so we have it in every category, but we're looking at extremely low income housing on this graph here. So if we look at the graph, the blue is the needed units, and this is determined from the state, and they decide what our estimated growth is and how many housing units we'll need based on income. So it was determined that we needed 581 units every year. As you can see, we're at about an average of 160 per year. And so though it looks like we are behind on our build, we are doing much better than most cities and counties in California. And I think there needs to be a little explanation behind this, because then if you just look at this graph straight up, it's like, well, the city of Sacramento is not doing their job to build affordable housing. And so to understand how we even build affordable housing is to understand that these units are cobbled together with various funding sources. So we have state funding, federal funding, we have tax credits, we have grants, we have public funding, and with all this funding comes all the paperwork that's required for all the various fundings needed, which all the paperwork required slows down the project even more to even get it in the queue to get it up and running. And so we're really dependent on a lot of other funding sources. This is past the control of the city alone to get these numbers up. So we will continue to build, but the federal funding and state funding that's looking not as strong as it has been in the past is going to affect our future builds. And so looking at what we need to catch up, we would need from 2020, for the next 5 years, essentially, we'd need to build 917 units per year to catch up from where we are behind. So that would mean we need 4,588 units. And so when we look at the cost on that, this is what we're looking at. Almost 2.3, and this was a conservative figure based on cost per unit, but we need $2.3 billion to get all of our extremely low affordable housing, and our permanent supportive housing, which is also in that same bucket. And this is part of why we're so far behind on permanent supportive housing and why permanent supportive housing is not going to help us today to get people off the streets. And so we talk about permanent supportive housing a lot, and I wanted to explain a little bit about what this is. So it combines affordable housing with voluntary supportive services to address the needs of chronically homeless. So it's intended to serve those with higher needs that will succeed in a structured and supportive environment. And then the tenant pays 30 to 40% of their income for rent in these programs. And so this last piece, well, permanent supportive housing is a cost-effective solution based on comparing it to all the prices associated with using our hospital system, using our 911 system, using our jail systems. It's a cost-effective solution if you look at it in that way. I don't know that $2.3 billion is a cost-effective solution that we're going to solve quick enough to get people off of our streets and into shelter. So what are we up against in our current challenges? Well, our HAP 5 funding was reduced to $11 million because we reduced our homeless count. Our emergency shelters are at capacity right now, and as we saw, operations are costly. This last year, $34.5 million. Permanent supportive housing, it's way behind what we are going to need. And we don't have an immediate plan in place to get our unsheltered off the streets. We have emergency shelters and as much service that we can provide, but there's nothing that's specifically looking at how we can house our unsheltered other than by emergency sheltering them. So lessons learned from our current system. Getting people in a safe and stable living environment will reduce many of the mental health and substance needs that we have. There's the belief that mental health and substance led to homelessness, and it's quite the contrarian to that. Being homeless actually led to the mental health and substance need for simply putting somebody out on the street and trying to survive would make any of us have some mental health concerns and lead to numbing ourselves to try and survive in the streets and use substance to get through our day. We've learned from self-governed safe grounds that they have been unsuccessful. If we look back to our Camp Resolution days of self-governed sites, we had the problem of the contract of maximizing 50 people in a site. By the time we got to the end, there was 85 people there. We talked about services being provided. They kept us out in providing services much of the time. And so this model is obviously not something that has been successful for us. And I think that for us, I think it's been a utter failure. Lesson 3, homeless prevention is an essential tool. It's something that we are shifting some of our funding for HAB 5. We shifted $2 million into prevention. Our SSF CAS has prevention in place right now that they're been very successful at. And we'll continue with strategies. I think in providing prevention, you have to be very strategic on how you use it. Otherwise, it just ends up being a supplemental. And lastly, one size does not fit all. And I use this example in that we can put 20 caseworkers on one person, but if we don't have housing to move that person to, all the caseworkers in the world isn't going to make housing happen and get somebody out of our shelters and into housing. So our proposed strategies. And before I start on our proposed strategies, I want to talk about, this is not just something that we came up with one day and we were sitting around and came up with a great idea. This is looking at all the data that we had, and we have the benefit of now having enough time under our belt to actually collect data, have our programs, see what's working, see what's not working, and essentially do a SWOT analysis on our program. Where are our weaknesses? Where do we need to improve? And if you look at our numbers in our system in CAS, we have 3,187 adults that are still on our shelter wait list, 722 families that are still on our shelter wait list. So obviously we are not moving people through our shelters onto housing because there is slim housing available. So what are our proposed strategies? And this is slowly ramp down, and I say slowly ramp down, our congregate shelters. I don't want to alarm anybody that we're shutting shelters down tomorrow. That's not what the plan is. It is to slowly ramp down our congregate shelters into more of a long-term strategy and looking at interim housing where we can get small communities with clients paying a nominal program fee and living in our interim shelters instead of an emergency congregate shelter. With our recent contract negotiations, we're maximizing our efficiencies. The team has been put to the task of looking at all of our programs, looking at our data to see what's working, what's efficient, what's not. How do we serve more people with the same amount or less funding, and put every dollar that we save back into the system to create more services. Again, we're going to increase our prevention and diversion funding. We know that every dollar spent into the prevention side of it saves thousands of dollars trying to pull somebody back out of homelessness once they are in the streets. Looking at a supportive service model that's more efficient, uses currently available resources. We're looking at our contracts, we double pay for stuff. We have stuff that is provided by the county or other organizations, and then we're paying for as an example, paying for substance coordinators in our program, but yet we have substance help at our core centers. The county has substance programs, we have outpatient programs, so there's a lot of redundancy that as multiple programs paying for the same service. And then what we haven't really focused on, and I think we really need to start digging into, is looking at public-private partnerships, looking at our hospitals and faith-based organizations, not only to help us financially, but also to help us programmatically and with operations. We have been looking into safe parking. There has been some history on safe parking in the city, and some versions that we learned that we don't want to repeat. And there's good data now out on safe parking where we don't want just the minimum and have people park somewhere and create a parking lot essentially for forever. Without monitoring at all, and then there's programs that are cost prohibitive that have so many services in them that they're essentially they're the Cadillac of safe parking that isn't going to work for us others. So we're looking at a middle ground somewhere that we can help, and we're looking at this because we spend a lot of money on code enforcement, towing vehicles, and they end up back on the street. And so I think we could spend money, better spent funding on looking at safe parking versus continuously towing. Looking at program fees in our city motel program, emergency shelter, depending on whose definition you look at, it's anywhere from 30, 60, 90 days. Some programs are saying 6 months. We have individuals in our motel program that are there upwards of a year, some as long as 2 years. That to me is not emergency shelter at that point. That is essentially interim housing. You're living there, and like the rest of us. We need to pay our rent or our mortgage to live where we are. And lastly, we're going to identify cohorts within the homeless population for long-term interim housing, and that's looking at our seniors for the program that I would like to bring forward here. This is a picture of what we're projecting to bring. They're micro-communities, looking at our seniors that we have in our community. If you look at the center picture here, you just see a white wall with a little wooden door. So this is the community that is in Santa Barbara. It's downtown. It was brought up by a company called Dignity Moves. They have a model that's a little different than the model that I want to bring, but it is similar enough that I can show you some pictures so we can get an idea of what we're talking about here. But these are small communities, no more than 40. They'd be throughout the city and city-owned land that we have vacant. And behind the wall and the door is your community of tiny homes that have en-suites attached to them, laundry service. They would have plumbing and electrical, internet, garbage service, everything that you would need, like the rest of us, to just live and survive. And so this proposed strategy falls in our continuum of what we have currently. The RCHAP right now has prevention, so we're preventing homelessness. We're looking at that piece. And then in the respond to homelessness, that's essentially our outreach and engagement and our shelters that is in that response part. And then what we have after that is to resolve homelessness. So that is your green line there, that resolving your homelessness means that we found permanent housing for you, affordable housing or permanent supportive housing. Since we know that's slim, there is no way to get from shelter to resolving your homelessness. And so my approach is to put this interim housing in and bridge that gap with micro-communities. And if you never get past and into permanent housing or permanent supportive housing, at least you have a place to live. And this interim, there's real no definition on the amount of time that you can stay at interim housing. So if this is your permanent residence, then so be it. I also wanted to speak a little bit on what our difference is between our emergency shelters and our interim housing that we're talking about adjusting to. So an emergency shelter, no individual household will be denied an emergency shelter. So anybody, anytime, anywhere, you can go into our shelter. There's a definition. It could be a structure. It could be a building, including a tent that basically just allows you a place to sleep. And then there's a variation. You can have minimal supportive services. We have a little heftier supportive services than ours. And then in this definition, it was a maximum of 6 months or less for our emergency shelter. So on an interim housing, it's not a shelter, but it's not permanent housing. And this is kind of threading the needle of our definitions of what we have out there right now and trying to take advantage of using our definitions. Interim housing is a generic term. So these interim housing fall under shelter still, in that we get the advantage of somebody moving into interim housing is still up for permanent supportive housing. They can still get all the services that are provided to provide homeless services. So we still have full behavioral health services. We still have all of our services available. It's the I call it it's like an extended stay. You're not in a room for the night. You're more in an extended stay, but you're not completely in a house. So it's that interim housing essentially. The beauty of it is it falls under, because it still falls in that emergency shelter bucket, allows us to build out quickly and fall under that emergency shelter declaration. And again, there's no universal rule to the length of time that you can stay in interim housing. So the micro-communities for seniors is what I'm looking at. It's essentially, it's supportive housing, interim supportive housing for 55 and older and on our vacant land, it's much like a permanent supportive housing. You'd pay 30% of your income like the permanent supportive housing. That would go back into the program to help with operating costs. Again, it's much like permanent supportive housing, and then it has site management. You have security, you have daily wellness checks, electrical, plumbing, internet, laundry, garbage. And also, much like permanent supportive housing, has voluntary supportive services such as behavioral health, medical health care, et cetera. And then we would have, outside of your room, you would have storage, secured lockers with a defined amount of storage that you could bring into the site for your belongings. Again, the smaller group creates a better dynamic, easier integration into not only our communities, but also integration into the lot size that we have available. It doesn't keep us at 40, it's 40 or less. If we have smaller lots that would take 20 homes on it, we'll put 20 on. The savings and economy of scale of this is not that advantageous to get past, has to be 40 for the numbers to work. The sites require much less staffing. We would have 24-hour security there. It would be a secured site. It's a more sustainable model to get people off the streets and a place to live. And again, it has all the advantages of permanent supportive housing, but literally pennies on a dollar compared to the number you saw for us to create permanent supportive housing. Here's an example of a couple of builders that we have. We do have, with the state, purchase agreements that have already been vetted out. So the state ran RFPs and got a handful of builders. We have, I think, 5 on the state leverage procurement that we can just use that agreement and purchase the 5 that are already on there. So they're bedroom, desk, you have heating and air conditioning, and then these are ADA models. So you would have the bathroom, the shower, and the sink. There's also laundry available on site. This is what a laundry building would look like. And then there would be a communal cooking area. So we would have that out in the community. And again, a little example of what these would look like. All right, so why are we looking at this strategy for seniors? So we looked at our HMIS data, and just on a recent look, we had 440 people between the ages of 55 to 64, and 176 of them are in our shelters right now. And then we had another 120 that were 65 and older, and we have 80 of those individuals in our shelter right now. So we have 250 sitting in our shelter right now waiting to be housed, and nowhere currently available. So we have about 22% of our homeless population that are 55 and older. National Alliance to End Homelessness May 2024 article told us that 50 and older is one of the fastest growing homeless populations. This is kind of that silver tsunami we're talking about in our general population. People are getting older, and we run parallel. Homeless are getting older as well, and it's our fastest growing. If you're currently a senior on SSI and that's your only income, it is somewhere between $967 and $1,206 for a single right now, with an average one-bedroom in Sacramento of $1,300 to $1,500 a month. You can see that that number does not pencil anywhere close. And if we looked at charging that program fee of 30% of income, it'd be about $290 to $360 in program fees a month to stay in a room with power, electricity, TV, everything that you would need. Again, looking at our senior community, our seniors are likely not going back into the workforce, bless you. They're not going to be increasing their income. They are on a fixed income, and if you're sitting in a shelter with fixed income and it's $1,300 a month to get out of a shelter to get into an apartment, that's never going to happen the way our current system is set up. And again, the streets, we can't let people languish in our streets while we're waiting for permanent supportive housing. That's 10 years away. I mean, the best we can keep up for the next 5 years, we're going to be building, and everything we have right now is filled, so we're waiting for this slow rolling permanent supportive housing to roll out, and some people might not even be eligible for it. So we need to pivot. It falls in line with our regionally coordinated access. If we just get our seniors off the street, that's 20% of reduction in our unsheltered homelessness. And that's what our goal was with the plan. It's something that we can accomplish. And so, again, it always goes back to money on this. Where are we getting the money from? So we talked about contract negotiations. I thank you for getting our contracts through today, voting our contracts through. Again, the renegotiations of the contract is getting rid of some of that duplicative service that we have, and adjusting our what we think of what we need to have versus what we need to have. So through those negotiations, looking at some efficiencies that we've done, we're looking at CalAIM, hopefully have that wrapped up by June, start creating some revenue sources. HELP, we'll be applying again for encampment resolution funding, and then also looking at that private-public partnerships. So our first column is our old contract numbers. The next column is our new contract numbers. Our savings on that is almost $6 million in savings that can go directly into starting with these micro communities. The cost on these communities is, we ran a quick analysis on this, so we're averaging about $25,000 annually. That's a conservative number per person to be in our shelters. If we look at the first column, to house 40 people in our emergency shelters at $25,000 a year, that gets us $1 million. If we march that out for 5 years, it's $5 million. Again, conservative number on ongoing maintenance for our shelters, facilities is about $50,000 a year. There's another $500 on that, so we're at $5.5 million after 5 years on our emergency shelters. If we look at that figure, that comes out to about $137,500 per person that we spent over that 5 years. If we look at our micro communities for 40 people, the setup on it will be about $2 million. Annual operations are about $200,000 per year. That gives us a subtotal of $3 million with program fees put back into the system, and again, conservative numbers from CalAIM reimbursement. We're looking at revenue offsets of $1.5 million on this, bringing that number down to $1.5 million total per year for a micro community to be stood up. And again, as you can see, the number $37,500 per person. And I will say, I ran this with looking even if we didn't get any of our revenue offset, and it costs us a straight $3 million. That number came out to $75,000 a person, but again, that's way below our 137, and it's permanent. So next steps, looking at standing up 3 communities. That's what we have funding for, utilizing our savings. And we're actively seeking the public, private, and hospital and faith-based opportunities. We are applying again for encampment resolution funding grants in July. And we will locate out some safe parking sites and start going down that road to see what options we have available there. And then develop reasonable fees for our motel program, again, looking at options with our motel program fees. So conclusion and takeaway of what we are trying to solve for. Again, we're not trying to solve homelessness. This is a lifelong solve. What we're trying to solve for is our unsheltered homelessness that are out in our streets right now, the 3,000 people that we have in our streets that are unsheltered. This is a very doable thing that we can get our heads together and solve for. We're continuing all of our programs. We're continuing our programs more efficiently, providing some funding for us to add additional programs. Again, permanent supportive housing is continuing. It's still going to be built. If we get enough that we can house everybody in permanent supportive housing, I will gladly take all of our shelters, that interim housing that we have, and sell them to anybody that wants to buy a shelter. I don't think that will happen anytime soon. Again, if we truly want to get people off the streets, keep them off the streets, the micro-communities, our interim is, I think, personally, one of our only options right now that is a possibility and within the realm of the funding that we have available. If funding goes away or continues to decrease and we go with these one-time spends, people will be living in these communities, and if funding went away, we still have them. The way that we're structured now, with waiting for HAP every year to determine if we have the money to keep our shelters open, it won't go away completely, but as that gets trimmed away, we will have to start shutting down shelters. We have no option unless we want to start taking money from somewhere else to keep them alive. This model is a sustainable model that will keep people housed. I don't think that we can wait for things to be perfect. We're waiting for the perfect model to appear. This is pretty close to as perfect as we can get with what we have available to us. And so the last thing I will say is, if we really want this to succeed, our NIMBYs can't NIMBY. We can't try and help people get housed and get yelled at every day because we have people in the streets, in front of your house, in front of your business, in your alley. But then when we try and find housing options available, then get yelled at because we don't want them housed by us. I'll argue on this that I think we've lost sight of they're people. Society is looking at them like they're someone different. They're people living in the streets that need a place to live. And if anybody has been involved and you've seen someone come off the street and get into stable housing, how much that alone stabilizes somebody is just incredible. And so for the narrative to be that everybody's in the street is out of their mind and on drugs it's wrong. And if they are out there in the streets on drugs, because they're trying to survive. So we need to work, and we can't waver on this. I really feel that this is the next move. We're at a tipping point on this where we need to start implementing other programs. PSH is not going to save this. Our funding is starting to slim down, and we need a better way to do this. Thank you for your time. Okay.
17 members that spoke up, and we appreciate your commentary. And just note that this is your chance to talk in public comment. If you're yelling or speaking from the audience, we will have to ask you to be removed. So please call the speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 17 speakers. The first is George Koa-Manuel. I probably said that incorrectly. So George with Sacramento Loaves and Fishes. Then Angela Hassel, Dr. Gina Warren, then Joseph Gregory.
Yeah. Can you tell them? Can you tell that?
George?
Thank you, everybody. My name is George Crummel. I work for Sacramento Loaves and Fishes, but I'm not here on behalf of Loaves and Fishes. I'm here on behalf of the community. For 14 years, I've been working direct services with the homeless. And what I can say is what's been happening isn't working. And we all know that. The situations are getting a lot worse. The sweeps that are going on here in Sacramento are just hurting people and displacing the elderly, displacing disabled, and taking everything that they own away from them, okay? What I can tell you is I've had I hold memorial services for individuals that are on the streets that pass away that I know about. And over the years, at least 50 to 75 individuals every year that I hold memorial services for that have not been placed into housing or have been on housing lists, and they've been displaced or moved and are not able to be able to get reached by resource services. I couldn't tell you how many times a day that I have outside resource services come to my office with names of individuals that they're looking for that have been in camps, and they've been working with these individuals in camps for months on end, trying to get them into housing, and now they can't find them. To me, that's a waste of money, because then they're having to do the work double up. They're having to do the work twice. They're having to work twice as hard to locate these people to try to find services for them, or to even find them, if they're even alive anymore. But what I can tell you is what I'm seeing and what we see each and every day is these sweeps, they're taking people's belongings away from them. That's all they're doing. They'll walk around the block, the police go away, forensic clean goes away, Department of Community Response goes away, the very next day they're back and they're without everything. Here they are, it's gonna be summertime. I went through this in November. I watched people freeze in November because all their belongings were taken. That didn't help anybody. All that did was hurt people. It just moves them away.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. I do want to remind members of the public so that everyone has the opportunity to address the council. Members of the public are asked to observe the rules of decorum. The council rules of procedure outline decorum expected in chambers and can be found on our website. A copy is in the back of the room and is summarized on the back of the speaker slip. For instance, use of swear words, yelling from the audience, physically threatening conduct, and displays of disrespect are discouraged. The presiding officer requests that a person cease disruptive conduct, and if not immediately stopped, the presiding officer will direct the person to leave the room. This meeting is being video streamed and can be viewed live on our city's website. You will have 2 minutes to address the council, and the timer is on the screen behind me. So, Angela Hassel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Angela Hassel, and I'm the current executive director of Sacramento Loaves and Fishes. We heard today about some new strategies to kind of help get some unsheltered homeless off of the streets. But anything that you discuss here or consider today will be ineffective while the encampment sweeps continue. My fellow staff from Loaves and Fishes, we see firsthand every day the devastating and catastrophic impacts of sweeping encampments. We're constantly supplying people with tents and sleeping bags and survival supplies that are thrown away during these sweeps. In fact, as we left campus today to come and be here today, the streets right around our campus were being swept by city employees. Folks' belongings were being scooped up by the claw and dumped into a dumpster while they scrambled to gather what they could to survive tonight. Medications, personal documents, blankets, other survival supplies, they're stripped of everything they can't carry on their person or gather in time. Imagine having to live that way day to day. It's impossible and inhumane. And to be clear, these are the unsheltered homeless referenced here today for whom there are no current solutions. Since the Grants Pass Supreme Court decision, there's been far too much emphasis on where people can't be. We need to start talking about where they can be. Where can they survive? Where can they go to maintain their personal belongings and stop the blood flow, stop the deep trauma from coming back and coming back and coming back? Because that's what we're hearing from them. That's what they're experiencing with this. As the mayor and city council for Sacramento, you represent them just as much as you represent the top 3, 10, 5,000 people. However, whatever the count says, however many there are just as many more people out there. And they deserve the chance to rebuild their lives. They deserve for these sweeps to stop, and we need to give them a chance to move forward towards some semblance of safety and community that most others enjoy without even having to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dr. Gina Warren, then Joseph Gregory. And Dr. Warren, this is your handout, correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I'll hand it out.
Thank you. I didn't want to spend all of our 2 minutes with the data that you have in front of you. I hope that you take some time and actually review that. We are actually here for a strategic approach to addressing our human beings that I thank you, Brian, for saying that at the end, but this is something that we need to say at the beginning. We are not a subset of human beings, but they're just people. And so the one size fits all is something consistent with Harvard University's one size fits all as it relates to intergenerational mobility. If I were to look at all of you as a clinician and I would make an assumption to say all of you need anti-anxiety meds and high blood pressure meds because of the work you do, and I know it very indirectly, is there's a lot of work that you do behind the scenes it's not a one-size-fits-all as it relates to addressing the unhoused and how they need to be supported. I have to add to this is that when people are out there, and our team, and I would love our team to stand up, they are unmatched. We are in Del Paso Heights. And in Del Paso Heights, we are in the gullies. We are down in the trenches when it's raining. We are walking through human and animal feces when it's sweltering heat because we are looking for our people to find a way to do some transitional support. Joseph, we've been working with, and we found him in 2023, and he's standing here today because of our partnership and collaborative efforts with the VOA and with DCR. We need to be in that strategic plan. Is the people in the neighborhood who are serving the neighborhood needs to be part of that strategic plan as it relates to understanding why people are where they are, because intergenerational trauma, poverty, domestic violence, all of those things are why people are out on the street. It's not because they have a mental health issue, it's because they've experienced those things and now they're there and have no other resources to get out. So I want to introduce Joseph and to let you know that it takes time and effort
Your
to help
comments,
someone.
Joseph?
Just introduce and say who you are.
Joseph Gregory is our next speaker, then Muriel Strand.
How you doing? My name is Joseph Gregory.
I just want you guys, this is an incredible man.
Dr. Warren, your time is complete.
Yes,
Joseph?
and so I'm just here
Thank you.
to support him.
Thank you, Joseph.
This is what the challenges are. He wants to speak and he's nervous.
Thank you. I've been out here for a very long time, homeless, and I don't know. You know, I really don't want to be out here no more, and I don't know. I think more people like me out here need more help with resources and stuff, and I don't know. I've just been at it for a very long time, and I feel like I should be indoors somewhere. And that's what I guess that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Muriel Strand, then Lambert, then Devin Strecker.
Hi, I'm Muriel Strand. I live in the City Farms neighborhood, and so I'm here to express my concern about our homeless citizens. We don't have to criminalize homelessness. It's not working, as we just heard. The causes for all of this are systemic, they are long-term. This workshop, so yes, we should keep trying to do as best we can. What DCR just talked about is encouraging, but incomplete. This workshop, this should be the beginning of workshops in the neighborhoods with the neighborhood associations all over the city, introducing the sheltered people and the unsheltered people to each other. This is about public health. Where's Dr. Flo? What would she do? I've heard that the city, county, and Sac Steps Forward are working together, but it doesn't seem to be making any difference on the street. We need to redo the camping ordinance from the ground up, get rid of the existing one, and start from scratch with neighborhood workshops. People need stability. We all need stability. Personally, I'd rather have stability in a tent than in a shelter where I just don't know what's going to happen. A few years ago, I took California's basic real estate courses at Sac City College, and one of the instructors told us point blank that the highest and best use of any piece of property was defined as whatever makes the most money. That is a recipe for unaffordable housing. Bring back inclusionary zoning. Charge the developers, not just charge them a fee, make them build affordable housing while.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. I want to remind members of the public that you have 2 minutes to address the council, and the timer is on this behind you. Thank you for your comments. Please take your seat. Your time is complete. Lambert, then Devin Strecker, then Greta Layson. Lachin.
Okay, homelessness. This is a very, it shouldn't be confusing to City Hall. You actually have a department that's called homelessness. So to me, based upon what I saw up there, and I'm a stickler for detail, I was looking at graphs. You know, graphs and surveys can be skewered for a hidden agenda. Now, what do I mean by that? Before there was Measure U money, before, I believe, HAP, now you have HAP, you have Measure U, which is combined now with the general fund, and you have all of this money coming into the coffers, especially during the pandemic. And now there's graphs talking about 6 figures to house one person. I personally think that there should be a federal audit, not a state, not a city, but a federal audit on where that federal funding went. Because it's obvious it didn't put people in beds. It just made it expensive to put them in beds. And I think people should be held accountable for that. Because just think where this city would be if there was no Measure U money. So shout out to Mayor Steinberg for that, because I went to a lot of Measure U meetings. And it was supposed to, I don't remember Measure U being for homeless. It was supposed to serve the underserved community, and when they mixed them with the general fund, then that meant they could just reach in and take out whatever they have. I think if the audit goes over to the contractors, you'll find out where that abuse was.
Thank you for your comments. Devin Strecker, then Greta Layson.
Good afternoon. I'm Devin Strecker, Executive Director and a resident of the River District. The River District has been ground zero for the unhoused population for decades, exponentially increasing since the 1980s, after California state mental hospitals were closed and federal funding for mental health institutions was eliminated. Add to that a lack of housing in general and affordable housing specifically, and we're now at the center of a crisis that was exacerbated by Prop 47 in 2014 and the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. At this point, no city has the funding, expertise, or authority to solve homelessness. A city has a responsibility to keep its sidewalks and streets safe for residents, businesses, and visitors. We thank the city for its efforts to provide services and housing to those who are in need, and for remarkable strides made in cleaning up our city. I'm very encouraged by the plans shared by Mr. Pedro today. However, the River District has not benefited from a lot of these efforts in the past, and in fact has suffered the consequences of multiple jurisdictions squeezing the most vulnerable among us out of their neighborhoods and into ours. An unhoused individual in most cases is required to utilize 211 to enter the coordinated access system, which can be done from anywhere. Please stop using the River District's abundance of service providers as an excuse to allow an overconcentration of encampments in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Greta Layson, Megan Marshall, Josh Daniels.
I'm Greta Layson, a River District board member. At our annual River District event about a week ago, we had our mayor, our city council member, and the supervisor on stage together. We showed them a video done just 2 days before of what our overflowing campsites look like on our streets. And we heard about everyday challenges of surviving the obvious neglect. First, it's clear that the 311 system doesn't work for businesses, and here's why. Pipeworks, the climbing gym on North 16th Street, is constantly surrounded on 3 sides by campsites. The managers of Pipeworks makes frequent calls herself to 311, but she told us that all she can do when the rock climbing customers complain about the smell of urine coming through the walls of their gym is ask them to call 311. She calls, and that's one call. It's a huge ask to say to customers, make a 311 call. Is this the way the city wants to treat the most outstanding gym, an amazing rock climbing gym on the West Coast? Likewise, the owner of Mei Lee runs a photo business on North C Street, and she makes 311 calls constantly. But she's one person. Her customers, who they may run a gauntlet of homeless camps on Ahern Street, but get real, they aren't going to call 311. So we need to make a different metric for businesses because the effect on their customers doesn't register in our system now. What we need in the River District is a concentrated and ongoing effort of cleanup and enforcement. We know that every level, from the PD to the incident management team, that our streets and sidewalks are constantly blocked by camps that spill out into our streets. We can't pretend it doesn't exist because it doesn't track through 311. We can see what kind of damage.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Megan Marshall, Josh Daniels, James Allison. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Megan Marshall.
2 minutes, everybody. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. I'm Megan Marshall. I'm the Executive Officer for the California Interagency Council on Homelessness under the state's Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency. First, I want to acknowledge the seriousness of the city's budget deficit. These are very hard decisions for us all. We recognize and appreciate the strain that everyone is under. That being said, the City of Sacramento has made strong choices in recent years, preserving shelter capacity, expanding outreach, and aligning with your regional plan to address homelessness. We urge you not to reverse that progress. The Sacramento Bee reported on a fee-for-service conversation from a March council meeting, and I'm deeply concerned by what a reasonable person would consider to be support for that model from the council. Homelessness services are not a revenue stream, they are a public safety net. Introducing fees, even small ones, creates barriers for anything outside of housing, and there are multiple options for housing, permanent supportive being one. It discourages people from seeking help, risks more encampments, and drives up long-term costs for policing, healthcare, and emergency services. Every dollar spent removing barriers is more effective and more cost-efficient than a dollar spent responding to the fallout of unsheltered homelessness. On the note of cost efficiencies, the administrative infrastructure and fiscal controls that would need to be in place for the city or its contractors to exchange money, paper or electronic, with people experiencing homelessness would outweigh any perceived benefit. In closing, I'll just say that CalICH, as well as our agency and council member departments, are closely monitoring local decisions that impact our statewide progress. And we're here as a thought partner if you're interested in exploring alternatives that center equity, housing outcomes, and fiscal responsibility. Thank you all for the time.
Thank you for your comments. Josh Daniels, James Allison, Mark Casso, Nikki, and then David Jones.
Hi, my name is Josh Daniels. I have had a small business in Sacramento since 2003, different areas. Currently, I am in the River District, and I live just down the street off of, in the Creamery, which is just off of 10th and 11th, C and E, somewhere in there. I've never seen what I'm seeing these days in any of the places I've had my business. It is abhorrent what's going on right now with the homeless situation. Just there has to be better solutions than what have been provided and proposed at this point, because we're living in squalor. Our business is in squalor. I don't blame the homeless for that. I blame what isn't happening. All the promises, all the hollow promises that happen. I heard you say that the Safe Ground is an ineffective project. I live a block away from one of those programs. We don't hear a peep out of that group. We don't have any problems with them. It's quiet, it's clean, it's successful. And yet, why? Why isn't there more of that? Why aren't there more opportunities for that? I don't think that it's not a lack of people wanting it and trying it. I think they're getting a lot of resistance from the city, and that's not good. There's no solution for us, for anybody, if there aren't places that people can go, that they have a space. And there's too much resistance from the city for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. James Allison.
Good evening, or afternoon, I guess, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is James Allison, the Executive Director of the Power In Alliance. We're a property business improvement district that represents Sacramento's manufacturing and industrial core, as well as the 30,000 jobs that you can find within it. First, I'd like to thank city staff. We truly appreciate the continued work that is being done. We know that despite our shared frustrations, it is a group of folks who are truly trying to do the most with so little. So I would like to offer that as a huge thank you. Secondarily, I don't want what I say today to conflate our crime issue with our homelessness issue. They're not the same issue. Ultimately, however, as the county increases its enforcement efforts, we are going to see an exacerbated issue here within the city limits of Sacramento. For every additional broken window or act of vandalism, theft, or property destruction, we know that truly the folks within our unhoused community have that problem exponentially worse because of the folks who prey on those who are housed or unhoused. Ultimately, what I want to speak to is the importance of finding appropriate shelter and place for people to go. While we are in Power In, truly what you might observe is that as far as residents go, our most popular resident makeup might be unhoused individuals. And that is for a reason. Power In is not a place where people should be living by and large. It's not a place where people should be. It's dangerous. It's heavy industrial area. We have folks who are camping next to chemical plants. We have folks who are burning tires or whatever else they need to stay warm outside of food production facilities. We have heavy equipment that is moving and creating a very real risk for individuals who are camping in those places. Unfortunately, there simply is no other place for them to go. They're at their wits' end. They're at the furthest edge of the city. And unfortunately, despite the frustrations of folks, this isn't a matter of inconvenience or obtrusivity to a view. It's purely a matter of safety. So please act with urgency, and we truly support what we're hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mark Casso, then Nikki.
Good afternoon. My name's Mark Caso, and I am a property owner in Sacramento. We've got property from Midtown, East Sacramento, and Power In District. I personally, daily, have to deal with homeless encampments on our properties. We have businesses that are thriving, we have vacant buildings, and we have land that we're trying to develop. And it's very difficult for me as a landowner, property owner, to engage with clients when there's a homeless encampment in front of the building, or we're looking at developing a piece of property and they do their due diligence, and at nighttime they come by and they see fires in the back of the building or something like that. It's very frustrating. I feel guilty for being angry at the homeless, but the amount of property damage that occurs from the homeless encampments on our properties is significant. We've lost 2 buildings to homeless encampments, stripping copper from inside the buildings, plumbing inside the buildings, fires inside the buildings. We've had to tear 2 buildings down, and we're in the process right now of raising a 3rd building because of a homeless problem. Insurance won't cover those buildings because of the property damage that has occurred, so we're only covered for liability. So it's a huge loss for us to have to tear a building down, not only for the loss of the building, but also the cost for demolition and cleanup. I am constantly cleaning up our properties daily. We have a huge problem out in the Power In District. I've got an aunt that lives across the street from Granite Park. She's 97 years old, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, the amount of noise that comes out of that property is just amazing. It's like Mad Max out there. Something has to be done, and I feel bad for the homeless people, but it's not their fault that they're out there on the streets. We need to do better.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Nikki, then David Jones. And Nikki, before you start, I do want to remind you that please do not disrupt the orderly conduct of these proceedings by continuing to speak out from the audience. You are in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council Rules of Procedure, and if you continue speaking out from the audience, you'll be directed to leave the meeting.
Thank you,
do have
Mindy.
2
Good
minutes.
luck. Housing is a human right. You have a special responsibility
and policymaking power to make that true for Sacramentans. When I first started as a youth street outreach worker over 10 years ago, we decided to start tracking how many calls for shelter we had to answer with, "There is nowhere to go tonight." A heartbreaking sentence to deliver over and over again daily. Shout out to the 211 workers who now know what I'm talking about. During that time, we also rolled out Sacramento's first youth TAY, transition age youth shelter, and permanent supportive housing programs. It wasn't enough. We had to continue to say there's nowhere to go day after day. I watched some of Sacramento's brightest, most loving, beautiful minds succumb to the days, months, and years on the street. The scorched earth policy of no encampments has only made this worse. It all remains not enough. 13% of voluntary shelter demand, meeting voluntary shelter demand, 10 days to actually get it for those. You know, I've lost dozens of loved ones on the streets. We can talk about property loss. I've lost lives. For those lucky 13%, God bless them. What I can say is all those years, if we had just had a place to be, a safe place, inside or outside, a safe place, it would have all been very different for the last over decade and a half. We need transformative change to the way that we think about housing, who controls it, who deserves it, how it's funded, everything, not tinkering around the edges of a devastating model. This is a public health crisis unfolding every day. The emergency homeless response system has never been funded to the crisis, to the scale, nor has it tackled the root causes of homelessness, namely racism, sexism, classism, ableist foundations of our current housing system. Y'all can do better, and y'all better.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is David Jones, then Herman Barahona.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I appreciate you allowing me to be here. I'm David Jones, a fresh board member of Midtown Heart. So we run the Homeless Assistance Resources Team. We have 4 shelters that we do take care of 450 homeless people every week. Feed them, give them showers, give them medical care, give them haircuts, and we are a Band-Aid, but we are giving access to this population in places that we know where they are, and we'll have access to them for the people that can really give them further help than we do. We've been running since 2019, and have had a great time. We do it every week at Westminster. We do it at St. John's. We do it at Trinity Episcopal and at First United Methodist. So all in your council district, Mr. Plecklebaum. So we're all there, and we would invite all of you, if you'd like to come to one of our shelters and come and witness what we do. The Attorney General came and served coffee with 20 of his staff members at Trinity. It was awesome. And so anyway, thank you very much. We've talked with the county and the city. Sacramento steps forward, Street Med, and so we're looking forward to being part of the solution to the problem. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I have 3 more speakers: Herman Barahona, Sherry Dimmerling, then Michael Melton.
I have a picture that can I show a picture here?
Unfortunately, no.
Not anymore? Okay. That's okay.
Please proceed.
My name is Herman Barahona. I'm the founder of the Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition. We have projects in 5 counties here of your SACOG region, learning all kinds of things about affordable housing policies, homelessness, and environmental justice issues. I understand you have quite a challenge in front of you, what you've inherited from terrible decisions for the last 30 years. But as you move forward, if you really want to succeed with this plan, you have to include the people that are affected by this. If you do not include them, and then they refuse to participate in your projects, then you're going to blame them for not wanting to get help. But in reality, it's because they're not treated with dignity and respect. They are to be treated in the way you would treat any constituent. You need to hear their opinions. If you don't, it's going to be very difficult to make all these millions of dollars that you're going to invest. I want to honor here today, on behalf of the Sacramento Homeless Union, Sean Adams. Sean Adams was a member of Camp Resolution. She was evicted from that camp, told that there were services provided by the city, but as soon as they confiscated her stuff, Then they told her that she could not be housed because she's a liability because of her chronic health respiratory issues. She died in a motel paid for by her physician. There are 4 people who have died from Camp Resolution since that eviction. And there are countless others who are invisible to many people in this society, and we refuse to accept that. We do not tolerate the kind of discarding of human beings in this city, and it's up to you to model that. The city of Roseville has met all the RENA requirements on affordable housing. Their homeless problem is not like the city of Sacramento. There are other cities and counties who have inclusionary zoning rules.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Cherie Dimmerling, then Michael Melton.
Hello, Mayor, Council. I'm Cherie Dimmerling, and right now I'm speaking in my personal, not my business guidance. I've been a business person for many, many years. I don't currently own a business in Sacramento, though. But I can relate to what some of these business people here have said. They don't want people camping in front of their places. Nobody wants them in our backyard. I don't want them peeing on my front steps. But where are they going to go? Where are you going to put them? Every time you sweep these people, they move into our neighborhoods. They move onto our backyards, on the front steps of our businesses. There is a cost-effective way to deal with this in the short term, by the way. And as far as Camp Resolution goes, when you say it didn't work, I never saw you there. I never saw you there. I saw a lot of people in this room there. I never saw you there. Don't tell me there was 85 people there. I was there. Don't tell me it didn't work, because it could have worked. It didn't work.
And please address the council.
Pardon?
Please address the council, not the audience.
There were things that went sideways at the end, there is no question. But we know what they were. We know how to not replicate that. Do you know it cost $500 a month for 55 people there? All that was paid for was dumpsters and porta potties. Every single thing there. We brought in, volunteers brought in, water. They had electric from solar. We brought in clothes. We brought in food. $6,000 a year. And trust me, we had a waiting list there of over 600 people that wanted to be in a place with no electric and no water. You can't think of a better way to use the money than safe ground sites. When they work well. And believe me, when you swept those people, half of them ended up down the street, and the
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Michael Melton, then Mike Lien.
Hey, that was really good what she just said. Y'all do need to open up more encampments like that. Okay, the whole starting 5 of the SHRA needs to get fired. Y'all need to team up with Habitats for Humanity and don't charge people $5,000 to build a house. Let them pay like $1,000 down to build apartments and condos. And for those who got the $5,000, you feel me? Let them get the houses. It's plenty of land north and south of the I-5. We don't got to go all the way to Santa Barbara for the 55 and older. We need the young men that are well able-bodied and young women who are well able-bodied to get with Habitat. I'm about to get with Habitats for Humanity. Why we don't got the young able-bodied people put in 500 hours of work, build up a community where it doesn't cost nothing but the land that we already got that's USDA or some to the side, north of Elk Grove, West Elkhorn, or Elder Creek, where you get to Florence Perkins over there, or Meadowview, where you get past Consumness over there, where these areas, this land is open, where we can put our money with something like Habitats for Humanity and let the people build. And I bet the people who aren't even homeless would like to even help build and would put in 500 hours or 1,000 hours to clear up these streets to help. It's like you guys keep on going back to these same routines and these homeless shelters. I seen about 10 women die in them homeless shelters, get killed. get kidnapped, men get thrown into the river, drowned, older people, elderly people died up in there, getting killed. So, and drugs is being done up in there, people overdosing up in there and stuff like that. It should be some kind of safe ground. Thank you guys for helping me get my RV back. But look, I still don't have nowhere to park my RV. All right.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Leanne is our final speaker on this agenda item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you for hearing me. I wasn't aware of the rules and when I had to get my slip in, so thank you for that. I'm with L&D Landfill, and we're here in the city of Sacramento. We have a couple of buildings in the Power Inn area, and clearly this is a real problem that I don't think there are any easy answers to. Clearly some additional housing would make it would be very helpful. We had a terrible problem on Fruit Ridge Road in 2024 that took us months to get it cleaned up. After a lot of help from DCR and Brian's staff, Councilmember Guerra's office, and particularly the police, Deputy Chief Monk, Captain Moore, Sergeants Thompson, Bevins, and Sood were very, very helpful. And but part of what we did, that was a catalyst in this whole thing, was that we changed our efforts in terms of security. And we are currently spending $8,500 a week on our security efforts, and we have reduced the problem on our site. But it is still, we still have intruders every night, trespassing, stealing from us, et cetera, wreaking havoc with our equipment. You know, we're talking $440,000 a year, $1,200 a day. And we historically, along with being in the garbage business, also have a home building and land development history that we've done in the region. And what worries me the most is...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Mayor, I have no more speakers on this agenda item. Sir, your time is complete. Please take your seat.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have no more speakers. Did you have comments?
Yeah, thank you for the public comment. And clearly this is an issue we could hear from hundreds of people. But most importantly, we wanted to have an opportunity for the council to weigh in on what city staff has been. Can you start coming up here, Mr. Pedro? What we've been working on and kind of where we're at and where we go from here. So first of all, I wanted to thank you and the city department of DCR who do the work that we've asked you to do, which is enforce our city laws, enforcing the encampment rules that we have adopted. I know past city council went in great debate and tried to make sure that it was fair, but also reflected the values of the city, and also working to have more places for people to go, because I do agree that we need to enforce the law, but tell people where they can go as well. And that being said, I think the big picture from taking a step back is, you know, about a year ago, the then Mayor Steinberg announced that the point-in-time count had reduced by about 30%. So that's good news, 30% fewer homeless in the city of Sacramento, but you drive to work every day and you still see a problem. So since then, since we got that count in the last year, we've increased, ironically by the same number, of beds by 30%. So there's two things that are positive. So we are going in the right direction. But clearly, by what we heard from our speakers today, on frankly both sides of an issue, we're not doing enough. And so I concur, we need to focus on how we can regroup and move forward. So the big picture is you're not asking for us to adopt any plans today. There's no vote today, but giving an update on what you're doing. And I fully support and embrace what we are doing today and the direction going forward to, frankly, be more creative. Because we don't have more money coming from the federal government. We don't have more money coming from the states. We don't have, secret wad of cash up at the city manager's office to distribute. Do you have that secret cash? Do not. And so we need to, be more creative. And I applaud you for looking at ways how we can revamp what we're doing and serve more people and get better results, because we shouldn't have people. I heard from one of our providers last week was a senior who's been in a shelter for 3 years, and that's not success. And so we need to have better outcomes for people like that, but also serve more people. So I embrace what we're doing differently. I'll talk about some of those elements. I know the council wants to engage as well. Maybe I'll come back at the end, but just a high level, maybe a few questions that maybe you could help us address. One is this notion of the microsites. I fully endorse it. I've seen the congregate where everybody's together. They don't have a place to put their stuff. They don't have a lock. There's not as much dignity. And so, why would you not want the microsites with a door and a lock? And lo and behold, it's half the cost. So why would you not do more of that and less of the other piece? So I fully embrace that. And it looks like that based upon our existing monies, you're forwarding with 3 new sites across the city, and you've let us know that there are multiple more sites across the city. So the issue isn't where, the issue is how to pay for them. I think it's important because a lot of times the criticism on us is you need to open up more places in all of our districts. And what you're saying is no, we have enough places that are city-owned, ready to go now. But as we get more resources, we will double down on this model, which has proven to be effective on Roosevelt Road and Stockton Boulevard and the Grove. And so I fully embrace that. So I do want to maybe if you can dig in a little bit deeper as far as the safe ground sites and why we're not embracing that as a city as an option for our public sites. I know we had one safe ground site at Camp Resolution. My understanding, the entire city council and city staff thought that it wasn't a good idea, and the property owner as well. They pulled back. There was no notion that one individual does have a small kind of safe ground site on his property right here. I think it's smaller, it's less than 10 or so tents there. So could you maybe enlighten us on why this model isn't a preferred option for the city of Sacramento?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So obviously everybody's on both sides of this thing. And you are correct in there is a small safe ground site over here. It's very small and it's well maintained, well controlled. Camp Resolution, contrary to everybody's belief, I was out there many times. And if anybody has been out there, you saw what the conditions were out there, and we don't want to repeat that. It wasn't fair to anybody. I mean, we sat here in chambers and had Camp Resolution screaming at us. They wanted power, they wanted water, they wanted all the things that we are offering with these microsites, and now safe grounds work. I'm not saying that all of them don't work. I'm saying that Camp Resolution didn't work, and it didn't work for many reasons. And many of those reasons are when the city is not allowed to get on our own site to provide services. That's a problem. When individuals from that camp have to secretly call us for fear of getting kicked out of the camp because they're actually reaching out to us to ask for some services, that's a problem. And we lost total control of that camp. And so you have the tiny little tents, the 10 tents that we have over here, that's fine. And then you have Camp Resolution that simply got out of control and ended up being a disaster for us.
I think the big difference there, Mr. Pedro, is that the Camp Resolution was a city-owned site. That was our property, whereas the other Safe Ground site is on an individual's private property. So if people want to do well-managed things on their property, there's a few examples. We know Safe Harbor Homes up in District 2 and Robin Moore, she does that on her own, and there are other examples of people doing that. And we need more of those, but on our land, for a variety of reasons, that wasn't a preferred option, and I respect that decision that the council made a year ago. So thank you for that. I do want to address this provocative topic about having some type of a copay, a service fee for individuals. For a lot of people, it's like, that sounds, why would you have somebody go from the river or a creek to a shelter facility and have them pay? Like, they don't have any money. But if they're in a shelter or some of our program for a year and they transition somewhere else, they do pay a copay. And my understanding is the gold standard in society is you should pay no more than 33% of your income on rent, housing burden. And a lot of people this generation pay 50%. And so I think what you're suggesting is for those people that do have income, paying no more than 30% for some type of program fee, which is what we have at a number of our city programs, like St. John's Shelter over in the Powering area and Councilmember Garrett's district. And so is that a normal thing that some of these housing programs have a fee for individuals with income?
Right. So we have, I look at it as a stepping stone. So we have shelter. Obviously, emergency shelter, we need to free up more space or build more shelters. Instead of that model, we build more, for lack of a better term, it's interim housing, but permanent housing for people to live in, which frees up space in our shelters. This is obviously not something we're trying to generate revenue off of. We're trying to prolong, with the lack of funding that we have, to prolong our ability to extend our services and continue our services. We're not going to get rich off of this. We're not going to use the money for something other than homelessness. I don't think that it is, again, as you said, we're thinking outside the box on this. It's money that's going to be reinvested into keeping that site operational. And so it's not like we, the city, are trying to get revenues out of this. Would someone rather keep all $900 and live in our streets because they have nowhere to go? Or would you pay $300 and have your other $600 and have electricity, water, a shower, a safe place to sleep, a secured environment to live in? I mean, my unscientific asking of our clients that we tend to, many of them would pay the $300 to live somewhere safe that had full services available. And so it's not that we're looking to profit off of this. We're looking to any way that we can possibly extend what we have available. If we run out of money, we run out of services, we're going to start shutting stuff down. And again, this is not to fund the entire operation, is to start the process. And we constantly talk about, well, we're trying to stabilize people and get them ready to be self-sufficient. Part of that self-sufficiency is paying rent. If you're going to be on your own, you're going to have to pay rent. This is a step in that direction. We're not going to grab somebody off the street and say, now you have to pay $300 or you can't be in here. That is not it. That is taking people from our shelters that are past the emergency crisis state and getting them into the next step because we don't have permanent housing for them. It doesn't appear to be this out of realm idea that it would open up more space in our shelter for the people that are in the streets, that are in crisis, that really need an emergency shelter. So it doubles our space. We are moving people out of our shelters to allow more people to come into our shelters.
Yeah. Well, again, I fully embrace that. I think it's fair. I think people are given a choice. Do you want to have housing? And if you want to, yeah, you pay a nominal, essentially fee of 30% of your income, roughly $300, I think, is a fair proposition. And that's pretty much what people go to anyway if they get offered some type of subsidized housing, or actually probably pay more. And then as well as the hotels, I think that's something that we need to do as well, especially after a year of individuals or so more in our hotel program. Because conversely, why would you graduate and go to another program when there's a fee, a third of your income, if you could stay for free forever? And so it's just fair for other people, because we want to serve more people, not fewer. And so just simple math, that I fully embrace that, and I don't think it's unfair. And then just lastly, I said something provocative here a couple weeks ago, that it would take 300 years based upon our current math to build enough housing, and it's spot on. You said earlier, it's $2 billion and a couple hundred years, and that's just not the route that I want to take. And, we have great solutions to a subset of the people, 5% of the population. Hey, we have, as I say, a BMW solution. And the other 95%, we're like, sorry. I think, common sense ones, we need more simplified, as I'd like to say, Honda Civic solutions. Sorry, BMW and Honda. They're both two fine automobiles. But we need to do more with less, and that's kind of a misnomer sometimes, but just focusing on how we can maximize every dollar we have. And so these micro units, the idea that we're going to talk about in a couple weeks with the home keep programs is similar to that same approach, because the permanent supportive approach is great. Right behind us, the Mercy Project, the one we approved a few weeks ago, a few blocks from here. I'm sure it's going to serve those individuals well, but it's a drop in the bucket. And so we need to do things differently. So again, I embrace the direction you're going. I do know that I heard from Councilmember Maple and Jennings in the past couple of years about exploring safe places for people to park. I know others have mentioned that as well, but those two I heard. And so I'm glad that's on the list as well. Certainly want to apply for more state resources, encampment resources, to do more of these microsites. And then I really like this idea, this public-private partnership. We talked about one individual as a safe ground in their backyard here. That's not the best option in my view, having some tents. I think we should go and ask individuals if they have property, if they're a church, a business, if they want to take 5, 10 tiny homes. I know we talked about that. I'd like to have a competition, buy 100 or so of these, put a RF, what's it called again? I? What's the I stand for? Request for information, for interest, and explore finding individuals like Robin Moore, Safe Harbor up in District 2, who with no money from the government in their own backyard built 5 tiny homes. So how do we get others to do that as well? Because again, we can't do it all on our own. So I think this gives us a path forward to do more. So thank you. With that, look forward to the council discussion. Councilmember Maple.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Brian. I really appreciate the presentation and really your thoughtful analysis of an assessment of where we are and where we need to go. I think it says a lot about any government, any entity, that you constantly assess where you're at, whether you're doing something well, whether something's working, and pivot and reevaluate. And I think that sometimes that's really hard for government to do. I call it the inertia of the status quo. It's really easy to fall into what we've always done and do it because we did it 10 years ago and 20 years ago and 30 years ago. And so I think that this type of thinking is really, really helpful and is going to help us get closer to where we need to be. I'm going to give a few comments, and then I'll have a couple questions at the end, both based on the workshop, but also what I hear from my constituents and from community organizations every day. I'd like to say, first and foremost, that whatever strategy we take, I'm going to be really interested in one that gets us to functional zero. And I know I say this all the time, behind closed doors, but I really think that there's not very many places in our region where there's a conversation being had of what would it look like what would it look like if every single one of those people that shows up on that point in time count, which by the way, we know is the county, right, is not entirely within the city limits of Sacramento, but we know about 70% of people who are on shelter are within the city limits, so it's a big chunk. And then within that, what would it look like if we did women and children? If we got women and children off the streets? What would it look like if we got all of our seniors off the street and so on? Because then we can move backwards from goal. And that's just how my brain works. I don't know how anyone else, but when I have a big, hairy problem in front of me, that's where my brain goes first. And I really want to acknowledge our partners, the Sacramento Steps Forward, who are, I see Lisa Bates in the room. This is something that has been taken on through the Regional Coordinated Homeless Action Plan, the RCHAP. Great acronym. And there's a lot in that document for those who haven't had a chance to read it. It's not just strategy based on data and evidence. It's also protocols that we can use. It's also a gaps analysis and a lot of other things that I think are pretty useful. And maybe don't, apply directly to everything that we're doing here in the city, but I certainly think that we should try to align ourselves whenever possible to that plan because we did contribute to that plan. The county did, other jurisdictions within the county, and so I think there's a lot to be gleaned there. And I know that you and your team do that all the time, but I just want to say that out loud, and I really want to make sure our strategy is based on that. I also wanted to say that I really support rethinking sheltering in general. Congregate shelters are really expensive. I think we saw that on your PowerPoint. They are difficult to manage at times, and just in talking with people who have lived in and been in the shelters, people don't often want to be in them. And that's not by any fault of any of our amazing shelter operators. It's really about when you put a bunch of people together in one space that don't know each other, that come from different walks of life, different paths, different backgrounds, it can be really challenging, especially if you're a woman, especially if you're someone who has experienced violence in some way, and a lot of other factors. And so I think generally speaking, I'm of the mind now that I don't really support spending as much of our resources on those versus thinking outside the box and finding ways that we can shelter and transition people while they have their own space and their safety, because we never know where someone has come from and what they've been through. And that's always really top of mind for me. I especially really support the microsite communities related to seniors. I think that it makes a lot of sense. We know that a lot of our seniors are on fixed incomes. If they're getting Social Security, that's not going to change. I thought that was very logical. It makes sense to me. And frankly, it's saddening, that we have, I think, we should all judge our societies based on how we treat the least among us, and especially our seniors and the people who, have contributed to our society for so long and then find themselves in situations where they cannot keep a roof over their head or feed themselves. And so I think what we can do to really focus our energy and provide dignity to folks, that is important. So I really love the microsite plan. I do want to say, I don't want to say I share a different opinion, but I really struggle with this idea of charging people. I think obviously if you look at our shelters and the programs that we're providing, people are already struggling. Certainly, and I know this isn't the intent, we wouldn't want to charge someone who's like in a congregate shelter, for example, because if you're in our shelter system, you likely have no income. Or if you do very, very little, and maybe not even enough to take care of your basic needs. I do understand where you are coming from, where the mayor's coming from, as it relates to something like the motel shelter program. I think some of us were really, I certainly was surprised to hear that there were people that had been living in there for years. And I do struggle with this idea of equity, where there are people who are waiting to get into something, and then you have people who might be staying in the motel shelter program for years on end, and that conflicts in my mind. And so there needs to be some kind of process to keep people moving into the systems and onto better things. Part of the problem, of course, you've identified in your presentation, we don't have enough housing for people that they can afford. It's the elephant in the room. It doesn't exist. There's wait lists to get into affordable housing as we know it. And so again, that's why it goes back to these creative ideas around interim housing solutions that maybe don't fall within that PSH and don't fall over here, but can still be something really dignified for people to be able to shower and use a toilet and cook food and have climate control and all those things that we would expect out of a unit, maybe while they are saving money or doing what they need to get into the next step. So really, really support that. And I think whatever we do in terms of a charging people approach needs to be very, very tailored. And so I'll be keeping an eye on that conversation. Prevention, we talked about this. It's also in our homeless action plan. but we know that people are falling into homelessness faster than we can actually like build our way out of it. And so that has to be a part of the plan. It can't be everything. We need to create spaces for people and free up resources to do that, but just making sure that we're continuing to do that is top of mind for me. I have said this many times, and I know many of my colleagues have as well, but I will say it again. I really, really support safe parking. To me, it's a no-brainer. One of the things that I hear the most from my community members and residents is that they are frustrated because there are camper vans and cars and all things throughout their neighborhood, and there's all kinds of issues that come along with that because they maybe don't have access to a bathroom, they don't have access to the things that they need to be able to be safe and to get connected to resources. And so that is not sustainable. It is not sustainable to have people parked all throughout our city and being moved around constantly, and not to mention that, you know, part of what happens is we tow their vehicles at times, and that may take away the only shelter that they have. And so for me, it makes a lot of sense to identify locations where people can park their vehicles. We can say, hey, come here, park. We'll make sure that there's services that you can get connected to. We can make sure that you can get on our housing list. We can make sure that you know, whatever you may need. And sometimes I'm sure we'll find that there are, you know, families and people who are working hard at their jobs, and maybe they just need a little help. And we might be able to find our way out of it helping people up into situations that are helpful without impacting our shelter systems that way. And so whatever, you know, I don't have a list of city-owned parking lots. I do know that there are a lot of potential partnerships that exist. I know myself and some of my colleagues here sit on the Regional Transit Board. I know that this conversation came up in the past in 2021 before I was on this council through the homeless siting plan, and there were some challenges there, but I don't see why we shouldn't try to revisit those conversations, and I'm happy to support on those because I think where we can partner, we can find a lot of success as it relates to safe parking. Already said microsites, but I really want to impress that for all of us and for the community, as it relates to microsites, it means that we need to step up and be partners. And I want you to know that you can consider me a partner, and District 5 a partner in finding places to put microsites. We must open our hearts, open our minds, and allow these spaces to come in because otherwise we're going to continue to be in this never-ending loop. And I know that we all don't want that. And so, you know, I'm sure I will get some angry phone calls and whatnot, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay if that even means me losing my seat, because I think it's more important that we find spaces that people can go, and that means being bold and being brave. And so, welcome us, but also I think it's important that we talk about geographic distribution of sites, right? It can't, the one jurisdiction, one neighborhood, one place cannot be where everything goes. We must look at the entire city. And I think that's really, really important. And I think it'll also be great for the residents of these communities to interact with people from different neighborhoods all over the city map. And so that's something that's important to me, and I hope that that's part of our plan. And I'm almost done. Sorry, I know I'm rambling on, but this is obviously a really important issue to me and to the residents of the city. And all of this brings me to what I think is the most central issue, and I'm a broken record, but I'll say it again. Our structure is broken. We have a broken structure, and it's not just the city. It's all of the cities in the county. We know that homelessness is not confined by city limits. We know that when we interact with someone who's on the street over here, that they don't maybe necessarily know if they're in the city limits or if they're in the county or if they're on Union Pacific land or Caltrans or RT or whatever it may be. All they know is that they need help. And so I just, you know, I think it's one of the most important things that we could do is to create a joint powers authority around homelessness. We need to coordinate our resources and our strategy, and we already do it. It works in all kinds of other areas, on transit, on water, on air quality, on libraries, and many more. So why not homelessness? Something that we know is the most important issue to Sacramentans and doesn't know any jurisdictional boundaries. And so I think if we are able to find a way to do that and coordinate with our partner jurisdictions, we will find that this will actually allow us to align our strategies and to pool resources, and most importantly, allow us to be more competitive for state and federal funds, right? Because the more that we use an economy of scale with the resources that we have, not just the city doing its own thing or the city of Elk Grove, but what if we all work together and then we brought along, you know, our governments, businesses, healthcare, education, faith institutions, everyone, we can all be a part of the solution. And so that's not a statement for you as Brian Pedro, but that's a call out to my colleagues here on this dais and beyond. And so One last point that I'll make, just because it's been a key issue with the WX shelter, is that we must keep our promises as it relates to the good neighbor policies. One of the things that we have, promised the neighborhoods that have shelters or other sites in them is that we will enforce a good neighbor policy that allows the residents of the shelter to be able to not interact with, let's say, people who are selling drugs right outside the door. Let's say if you're trying to get substance use treatment and stay clean, and you walk outside the door and someone's selling you a vial of heroin for $5, it can be really challenging to get the help that you need, not to mention the other impacts, right? So frustration from the neighbors, fires, blocked sidewalks, and so on. And so I think whatever we do, we have to keep our promises for these microsites and all of the sites within the city, and that we really keep a buffer around those so that the communities who do welcome in, as we want everyone to do, that we can say, hey, but we're going to have your back too. So with all of that, I will see the rest of my comments, and just thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor McCarty. I think first, want to thank Brian and for your thoughtful composition of what's happened over the last for a long time, actually, even before I came on the council. But I do want you to, if you can, go back to that screen where you had all those different options early on in the presentation. And I think it just, one of the things I'd like to highlight, just for those, for my colleagues who are either new to the council or, and for those who are just tuning in, is that, and this was on slide 11. And, each one of these items that because I remember being here when we voted on the Grove, when we voted on the LGBT Center, when we voted to support St. John's program. Actually, we expanded St. John's program to have an additional building itself on top of St. John's Square. When we voted on Roseville Road, even on the motel program and the respite center, and when we voted on the congregate shelter, at each one of these, the staff, and I want to thank you for this, the staff took a lot of time to make cost-benefit analysis and think about what decision to make. All to say is that I appreciate that, because we're learning iteratively. We're not, just taking an action just to take an action, because all of these, if I remember, there was extensive debate about, not only the efficacy and the cost, and also how best we can increase our capacity. And I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that, look, when we compare the cost for these and the efficacy and what we're hearing from both those who are there and looking for services, that maybe that's not the best approach, and to start looking at ramping down at an appropriate pace. I think that speaks a lot, because what I've noticed a lot, both at state government and even local government, is programs get created and they just keep going. They keep going, whether they are the right outcome or not. So first, I appreciate that, and I do want to, first of all, applaud, all the work that's been out there from our DCR team who's out there, and for those who have been out there, who came here and testified and said that they think DCR is just out there sweeping people. I could not disagree more, because the staff that are out there are communicating and trying to do their best to connect with individuals. And the fact that you started, and also multiple times have when we've had these conversations, mentioned these are human beings that we're trying to find the best possible path and solution for them. I can appreciate that. So going back to this point here, one of the key things that you've outlined here that I don't think has really been discussed in any of these was that transitional point. So if the goal is really to increase the number of beds, I appreciate you coming up with, at least as you mentioned, a recognition of our definitions. What is an emergency shelter and what is interim housing in the pursuit of permanent supportive housing? And even the permanent supportive housing projects that have been in District 6, one when I was a community leader, I think Councilmember McCarty back then was pushing that one, which was the Mercy Boulevard. And I think that may have even started well before with Dave Jones, or did you start that one? You started that one. And everybody complained about how that was going to destroy the neighborhood. And it opened up almost about the time that I came onto council, and never once did I ever hear a problem about that particular site of everywhere. And so I think the fears of when something is run well, but the problem with that is that it took almost a decade to get that permanent supportive housing up and going. So this recognition of interim housing and looking at microsites, I support you moving forward with that, and with strong confidence that I think that this will provide us another tool to expand the number of spaces, because as soon as we can get someone from out of emergency shelter and make that space available for another individual that may be sleeping in front of another business, or on Fruit Ridge Road in front of Mr. Lean's property, which is a very dangerous location, by the way. I can't imagine being sleeping on that side of the road with heavy-duty trailer traffic swinging by, and there's no sidewalks. So, to that point, being able to open up space at our shelters into interim housing while we continue to build permanent supportive housing, I think is the right approach. And looking at a faster way to be able to produce it. And, we've opened up Stockton Boulevard site, which is 175 units of tiny homes. That was a big site. And when we did the city-county partnership, one of the requirements or the agreements was that if we can find a site large enough, the county would operate it, and they are operating it. But we were looking for very large sites, 7 acres, 10 acres. We found a site that was on Riza, and then the property owner realized they could make a lot more money making apartment complexes and pulled out of it. So that goes to the other issue, is the access to land. And so I think what's important here is that, what we're talking about is access to land that the city can have. And they're not going to be major, large acreage lands. There's only so much small acreage of land that we could do. So I do think that is an important factor to recognize, is that the microsites allow us to confront the challenge of finding space. In fact, Mr. Lean, before the Power and Director's predecessor here, they were out there looking at industrial sites and places where they could. But the other thing we found out is even the vacant land, we found one piece of land that even St. John's was supportive of helping start a place there. It turned out to be an old retired landfill where we couldn't use it. So I think that's going to be the challenge, is figuring out what access to land we have. And that's why I agree with Councilmember Maple. Early on, we tried to do safe parking in District 6, but it was, again, the issue of access to land. And what I would like to, I want to acknowledge and push for safe parking. Much like Councilmember Jennings and I tried to put together some safe parking programs with even our churches, but even our churches, some of them backed off of it when we tried to do it. So we want to, if there is a willing partner, and if there is city land that is available, one or the other, because I think the P3 component, whether it's a health facility or a church, and we can do safe parking, it would be important. But we also learned from the failures of a poor safe parking facility, and we don't want to repeat those. So I'd like to make sure that as the county is moving forward with their safe parking program, I think they're, as you mentioned, you consider it the Cadillac model, but the things about what, if someone has an RV, where are they going to dump their sewage? How is access to water and powering hookups? Sometimes people are in their cars, so I think those are some of the key things that we do need to even though you don't want the Cadillac model because we're looking at cost, we have to make sure that we don't make the mistakes of what happens when you don't look at some of those health and safety issues. And I have a personal, experience with safe parking, which I think, there is a place for that location to go forward to. And again, all of these pieces are to expand the number of spots available for emergency shelters so that we can reach more people who are on the street and into that point. Leading to the next part here is the reason we're having this challenge is because of the lack of resources. So I actually think it's important that we explore the fee for the program fee or this program fee model, and not for the purpose of those coming off the street or an emergency shelter. I don't think we should ever charge for emergency shelter. And I don't think that that's what I heard today from your presentation. The hyperbole that I read about that concept coming in here, that if it was going to be a fee for emergency shelter or entering into emergency shelter, yeah, it is backwards. But once we have someone in a position of stability, it's not uncommon, and there are programs that have actually been successful in a fee for service type of a program. In fact, in District 6, in my own council, District 6, St. John's does that. They have their 18-month program that gives them stability. They have the counseling and the services that they need. And then through St. John's Square, they teach their clients and their families, how to begin getting back into the rental market and understanding the challenges of how to be able to manage their finances as well. So I do think that it's worth exploring. And again, those are all important for us to analyze how we move forward. But we should never charge for emergency shelter. That's, I think, an important thing. And that's not, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not what I heard you say today. That's not your intent.
Correct.
Correct.
We will not be charging for emergency shelter, nor can we by definition. There should be absolutely no barrier to get into emergency shelter.
Fantastic. Thank you. And I appreciate that. Finally, this is helping a population that is willing and wants to come in to our services. That once we've reached out to them, we've created some trust, and they've said, I want to be able to participate in this emergency shelter program. There are folks still out in the street, as you mentioned, that may have developed mental health issues, substance abuse issues, who can't make that decision. So my only final request here, Mayor, is that either through our meeting or actually preferably through when the city and the county meet, is that we look at the current success or where we are, an update on the CARES Court program, because there are individuals who can't make those decisions and aren't entering into our program. And many times they're the most visible that the public sees, not the ones that were entering into safe parking, into the motel or shelter program, or others. And so I think it's important that the CARES Court program, and the fact that we are petitioning also, and the county's petitioning also, I think we need to make sure that that's an item of our discussion. On top of that, I almost, this maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but if willing, I think we should reach out to Judge Larry Brown to maybe even discuss to the bodies about what the courts are looking for in these petitions, so that we can maximize our time. So there's those who are willing, and then those who may not have the capacity to participate, because those are the two biggest challenges with it. So all I will say is thank you again. I think you did have proposed some very solid concepts that I think we need to continue to explore. And I know we're not voting on this because I know individual items will come back. But I do think that, Mayor, that we need to continue to explore those and see how we can, for the end point should be increasing the capacity to be able to reach more people. And it can't be just for backfilling finances. It has to be for the focus of increasing more capacity.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Talamantes.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, and to your DCR team, thank you so much for your ideas and your heartfelt presentation. To me, it's sad that California's economy is the 4th largest in the world, yet we can't find solution to address our homeless humanitarian crisis that is making everybody upset in Sacramento and just in California in general. And homelessness. I spend about 70% of my time thinking about homelessness. I see it, I feel it, I hear about it every day in my life. And my staff is constantly fielding calls about homelessness impacting our small businesses, some of our restaurants being lit on fire, fire on the levee, in front of our schools, in front of our homes, and everyone's extremely frustrated with the problem. Every day I drive by on Northgate, and there are a few locals who I know who they are. I say hi to them. I've called 211 for them before. I've read a poem from one of them before. And then there's other individuals on Northgate who I'm scared of the people outside of Smart and Final that will follow me to my car, and the person knocking on my window for money anytime I'm at a traffic light, who my mom told me scares her too. So there's all level of homelessness, and every single unhoused person does have a unique story. So thank you so much for understanding that in your presentation, and also just reminding us all that they're also human beings, and that we need to make sure that we're compassionate but also pragmatic in our approach to addressing this crisis. And I feel, like I said, I feel compassion, but I also feel frustration. And I feel frustration by us here in government and our lack of accountability in all levels of government, lack of ownership about the problem. And if I had one wish, it would be to lock up all of our elected officials, all our nonprofit partners, and all executive management from every single level of government, just like the popes are for sequestering the new pope, but locking us all up in a room to come up with a solution that works for all of us. Because that's where we're at. It's enough of pointing fingers. We need to have more conversations and really take ownership of the problem that years and years of policies have turned out to be where we're at today. And it is our issue, and every day it's our issue. And so for me, that would be my birthday wish, how we can all work together in the Sacramento and California region to address homelessness. And, one size doesn't fit all. I believe that there's a lot of levels of homelessness. You have people that need mental health support. You need people that have substance abuse. You have the ones that are fleeing domestic violence, LGBT youth running away from their parents or foster kids, or the people that need childcare, the people that need first and last month's rent to make ends meet, the person with bad credit score that can't get into an apartment or doesn't have reference checks. And there's a lot of levels of homelessness. And for me, at the city of Sacramento, it's our role to prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place, because that is the most cost-effective prevention solution for us. And we need to help people get off the streets that just need a little bit, first and last month's rent. But at the end of the day, we need mental health facilities for those who can't care for themselves, who don't know their names, who don't know that they're walking around naked down 160 into my neighborhood. We need substance abuse treatment centers for people to stay overnight till they can get clear and go back home to their families. We need to utilize our care courts, a new tool in our tool bucket, because we have a lot of constant users of our emergency rooms, and we need the city attorney's office to get back to us and let us know how that's going and where the roadblocks are at, because it's a new tool in the toolbox, and the public is asking us, where are we at on it, how's it going, and what are next steps in order to help those that most desperately need the help. And so for me, I just want to make sure that we focus on prevention. We focus on helping those that need a little bit, and also these tiny sites with a minimal fee. I'm supportive of this idea because, like Councilmember Maple said, we can't keep doing what others did and just going back and rotating the same ideas. But we need to enforce the good neighbor policy, because I do have a few shelters in my area and we have issues. So enforcing the good neighbor policy is important to me. And I do look forward to the city auditor's report on homelessness and what's working and not working in our shelter home motel program. Thank you.
Councilmember Vang?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brian, for your presentation, and appreciate the mayor agendizing this so that we can have a conversation about homelessness. I think this is definitely the #1 issue that is facing our city, and so I just really appreciate the mayor agendizing this so we can have this conversation. So several thoughts that I have. One, and I'll comment a little bit about the micro community that we have in front of us. So first, I know that this conversation is about stabilizing what is happening on the streets right now. And I like to just uplift and encourage us to, while we're talking about stabilizing what's happening on the street, for us to also not lose sight on exploring how we can continue to move upstream and keep our seniors and our families inside their home. I know it's going to take a while until we build more housing, but we also need to ask ourselves in this moment, what are we doing to make sure that we keep our families inside their homes now? And I share this because, I was just in a community meeting the other day at a senior complex. And the management of that complex, has called our office and complained about vehicles outside of the street. And I found out that the person that was sleeping in the car outside the street is the same person that got evicted. And so I think it's really important that while we're having this conversation about stabilizing what's happening on the street, prevention is absolutely critical in terms of our methodology to address homelessness in the city. I think we all know that when we intervene before someone becomes homeless, it actually saves us more money, return on investment, right? And so I just want to really name that and share about, evictions in particular, right? Because, I had called SHRA, I had called a few friends about, hey, where can I actually find data on evictions in this county? And there is really no national or local data infrastructure that really allows us to track how members are being displaced or evicted. And I wanted to name that. And there is, a national research think tank that I looked up, Eviction Lab, and found that eviction has actually gone up in Sacramento County, about 6%, right? And so I just also want to name that because right now so many of our low-income families spend at least half of their income on housing costs, and one out of four of those families actually spend 70% of their income on rent, right? And so also understanding the eviction crisis is really critical to making sure that we address homelessness. So I just wanted to mention that. Now, in terms of safe parking that you mentioned as one of the solutions, great idea. It's not something that's new. We had this conversation in 21 and 22, and Councilmember Jennings and I actually held several community meetings and got yelled at, in particular regarding safe parking at the Franklin Light Rail Station. And we were ready to go actually 2 years ago with a layout plan because that property in particular had lighting and infrastructure. But guess what? There was no political will to do it. Now, I think it's great that it's in front of us. I support this method. I think that's really important because every day we get calls about vehicles in front of homes, and at the end of the day, we don't have a place for them to go, so we end up actually spending dollars on code enforcement, moving people around without having them having a safe place to rest, right? And so I support this effort in terms of safe parking and just hope that we have the political will this time to do it. So I just wanted to name that. Now, the solution, one of the major solutions that you have in front of us is the micro community for seniors. And I've heard over and over that we shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, but I do have concerns. And I want to be able to share those concerns so that if we are to move forward with this initiative, these are things that we should consider. So the first piece is that so many of our unhoused residents are struggling, right? This is the reason why they're homeless in the first place, right? And so for me, just out flat, I'm just gonna share that I don't support a fee. I really believe that our housing policies and practices just must guarantee housing as a human right? Not as a good to be commodified. And that's just where I stand. I also just want to share that unhoused seniors also have unique and urgent needs that differ from the younger population. And so if we're going to focus on a microsite for seniors, I think it's also really important that we take into consideration that aging, like physically, mentally, emotionally, they are more vulnerable, right? And so the on-site services is really important for me if we are to move forward with this the micro community for seniors, especially because their seniors are vulnerable. And what I've seen, in research and what I've heard is that really housing options, these types of community can only be successful if we actually have on-site services that can address their needs. I know there's conversation around, well, we'll have a property manager there. Perhaps we'll do referrals, get them on a phone call, get them, referral to someone. But I'm letting you know that, if you don't have the on-site services, even in this micro community, there are going to be unintended consequences to ensure that these seniors are thriving. And that's really important. We've seen that. This is the reason why the cost is so expensive as well. Because it's not just putting folks in a tiny home. It's really about those wraparound services, which is the reason why it also costs us, because it takes time to actually do those wraparound services. And so for me, if we are to move forward with these microsites, it's going to be very important that there's on-site services for these communities. That's of utmost importance to me. And I share this because even in our low-income communities, apartment complexes that's not overseen by SHRA, that don't have direct services, I've seen families be evicted. I've seen non-support services at those apartment complexes. And when our families are already so vulnerable, we're gonna miss them. And so if this council so choose to move forward with these micro-communities, which I'm in support of minus the fee, right? And if we can add the on-site services, I would be supportive of this model. And so I just wanted to name that. And then lastly, I think a question that I just have for you, Brian, is that thank you for bringing this strategy to us. My question to you is that have we actually sat down with our unhoused communities and CBOs to hear from them what their thoughts are on this plan that you've proposed?
So we've done a small unscientific look at would someone be willing to pay 30% or $300 to be in one of these, and a majority of them were yes. You made a couple of good points. So it's voluntary. You can choose to stay at one of these sites or not. And the service model, so there's a couple of things that I'm trying to change the narrative on to. I don't want to look at these as shelters because there are going to be people living in small communities. And so the need for security outside to move people away because people are going to be coming in. It's like there's many of these that the community probably won't even know they're there because the entry on them is going to be simply a door into a community. So that the concerns are going to be there until we prove otherwise. And the services piece of it is interesting because the services will be provided. We have so many services available right now. It's amazing how many services we have. We have substance services. You can call behavioral health anytime you want. We have our sort rig out there, our street overdose team. We have core centers that have case managers that can come out. So there's so many services available. The catch to this, in that it's similar to permanent supportive housing, is the individual, you can't force somebody to take the services. And so they will all be available anytime that you request services.
Are they on site, or is it just through referral? Like, will they be on site?
They won't be on site.
Okay.
But again, our PSHs, they're not all on-site services, and it takes the individual requesting the service. That's one of the big things that we see with behavioral health, where we have our behavioral health staff in our motels and our shelters now, which is a great shift from trying to help somebody with behavioral health in the street when they're trying to survive. But even in our shelters, the individual still has to want to engage with you and take behavioral health services. And so the concern of services not being on-site, they are readily available anytime anybody wants. And we will be doing daily checks. I mean, we will be running the teams through anyway. It's not like we're just, here's your keys and good luck. There is some stabilization that will continue to be needed. The beauty of this model is that they're not, they have the ability to have housing navigation there if they want to go on to something, but if they also want to stay there, stay as long as you want. So it's that middle ground, like I said, we're trying to thread the needle on services, cost limitations, and best model of providing more housing.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. I think the suggestion I just have is because it sounds like we're going to perhaps move forward with this model if there's a consensus on this council, is that as we're thinking about the on-site services or the referral, that we really lean on community partners that have lived in those neighborhoods where these micro-communities are going to be. And I'll share an example. For example, like Ms. Jackie Rose, if you were to propose a project like this, seniors tiny home into Meadowview, I'd probably say no. One is because I don't know who you're going to work with in my community to ensure that there's trust in my district, right? And so making sure that there is a provider that's trusted by people in the community is absolutely of utmost importance, right? Or a project like this is not gonna, it can happen, but there's a deep mistrust already from community members in terms of government. And so ensuring that we have trusted messengers that understands this model that is invested, that's part of the model would be really important. And I'm just sharing that as an example. If South Sacramento is an option, then it needs to be guided by community leaders in that area that has love, that has taken care of this community for so long. And so that would be one of my recommendations too, not just some nonprofit that has worked in other cities, but it really needs to be CBOs and community leaders that have an invested interest, that have been taking care of this community for a really long time. So that's the other thing I would just add. And yeah, I think those are all my comments. I know that this conversation is really about stabilizing what's happening on the street, and so that's why we have the safe parking and this micro community. But again, I'm just gonna say it again, that the prevention piece is so important. I think we've heard about a study just a few years ago that for every one person we house, 3 more enters the system, right? And so if we don't move upstream, we're never gonna be able to actually address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate Mayor pulling this together with our interim city manager so we can have this conversation, because it is the #1 issue I think all of us on the council hear about, and we have some tough choices ahead. But one, I want to thank you for taking that deep dive and listening, because it is, where is our money going? Because the public's asking for that. Billions of dollars, millions of dollars have actually been spent in Sacramento. I can tell you my community says it's worse. So where has that money gone? And I have to have those conversations with my community, but also what is our plan? Where is the compassion in all of this? Because, you know, my community is fairly loud and they want things addressed. And it's a balance of one, because most disturbing to me, and what you said to us, is in you going over the contracts with a fine-tooth comb, the city of Sacramento has been double paying for services. But we haven't seen the double and the positive. So one, I want to say thank you, and two, that really is disheartening for me as a council member, and I know the public, when they're like, we gave you money, and yet you weren't accountable for the dollars that were going out. And so thank you for, one, those that we do hire as contractors, holding them accountable and making sure they're actually following through and providing the services that we are paying them to provide. I think as you know, the community is looking for, where's the data, where's the accountability, and are we seeing a tangible benefit of getting people off the streets and helping people, as well as cleaning our streets? It's a delicate balance. One of the things I haven't necessarily heard, but we've kind of talked about it, is when we look at partnerships between the city and the county, and I know we have, you know, the 4x2, and I know we're looking at potentially like a September workshop for all of us to come together. But what are we doing to prioritize our partnerships with other public entities, specifically north of the river, when we look at our creeks and our canals and our waterways? Like, how can we have greater collaboration between RD 1000, the American River Flood Control Districts, SAFCA, you know, and others? Because I can tell you the Riverway Water Alliance has cleaned up millions of pounds of trash that we as a city and these other public entities should be responsible for, yet they're doing it. So how are we also expanding our collaboration with them?
So we have, over the past couple of years with the incident management team going and everything, homelessness, we have probably communicated with just about everybody in the county and trying to collaborate. There's always a limiting factor of resources. We're well aware of what's happening in our waterways, and we're supporting the best that we have in the resources we have available. We're in contact, I mean, Hezekiah is constantly in contact with RD 1000, and we support DOU. And we've in fact, DOU and RD 1000 have changed their model to try and get some efficiencies out of their model. And we don't have the bandwidth to keep up, essentially. I mean, that's really the root of it. We just don't have the bandwidth. The Water Alliance, we've heard from Lisa and her team many times. We're trying to figure out a way, well, we have figured out a way of how we can take little bites at a time instead of cleaning from here to 5 miles down in one sweep. We would have our teams there all day long. And then the rest of the city gets no service that day. And it's actually those weeks that we were there because it would take weeks to clear that. And so what we've been working on with everybody is if you take a little bite out of it and let us go over there, support you to get that small area clean, then we can come back on another day and make our rounds with everywhere else that we need to make our rounds. And so that's the only way we found to be, with the resources available, to even try and keep up, is to do smaller cleanups.
Thank you. And I hear you on the resources, but I also want to go to what Councilmember Maple said. I don't know if creating a JPA is the right thing, but I do know that not often enough are we hearing how we collaborate. Because in my district, one side might be RD 1000, they clean up, and the other side is the American River Flood Control District. And then they move over there, and then it's a bounce back and forth. And in the meantime, our critical water resources are getting horribly polluted, and people aren't accepting services even when you go out there. So it's a balance on how do we do this. I don't know the solution, but I know what we're currently doing is not working. So I would love to see, I get everybody is at their wit ends, but what can we do differently where you have those entities in the same room together to collaborate? Because I know I referred to you a couple of those entities. Would they be willing to contract with Forensiclean and they could bring Forensiclean on? I mean, we hear from businesses that are paying for more security, people paying out of their pocket, getting people in their homes or in their backyards for extra tents. I think what people are looking for, truly honestly, is one, we're always better together. Two, they want to see something different. And we haven't heard what does that different look like for collaborating, especially on our canals and our waterways, because I can tell you that's what those of us are seeing north of the river. It's a place to be. But I mean, I just went on a tour with DOU and the amount of increase of what they're paying to clean up our canals. And that makes me very concerned. One, how do we get people out of our canals in somewhere? And two, how do we keep our waterways safe and clean? Because with the amount of trash going in and how many filters we have, if something gets into that system and breaks it, we're Flint, Michigan. And that's not out of the realm of possibility. Not to mention we have aging infrastructure and some of our pipes are 100 years old. So it begs the question, we've got to address the now, but we also have to look at the larger. And I do want to see more of an answer of partnerships of these organizations working together. And I know you're trying. I'm just saying in the dream world, if we had more funding, but it's not something I think we can ignore.
Right, and I 100% agree with you. We've been having more and more meetings. This seems to be coming, more and more to the top, rising to the top, a little louder. And one of the things that that we've talked about that hasn't been tapped is there are millions of dollars for clean water and to clean these waterways. And it's not the city's actual waterways. They need our help. But there's a lot of money that is going towards clean water that they could apply for and get some funding. And it's not even, we've had it in the past where, hey, we'll pay SAC PD to come out. There aren't any bodies. It doesn't matter how much you pay them to come out. There's just not any bodies. I would say to all the water authorities to look to your clean water funding and either create your own.
Prop 4, I think that's what it was that just passed, was the clean water. But that's where it's potentially, if there is Prop 4 money, that's where the city can help with the Regional Water Authority, the Waterway Alliance, all these organizations, that's where we have to have these conversations of coming together, because it may take the city of Sacramento leading on applying for it, that then we can partner and address some of these things. So I fully agree with you, but these are the conversations I want to see that we're having in with this. I want to thank Councilmember Vang, because you brought up something that we know when we look at our seniors. I had my staff do a little digging, and right now, rent is going back up, and it's going back up at an average about 4% in the city. We had last year. We know the pandemic was much more. We are trying to build as many multifamily units as possible to help stabilize that. But our most vulnerable population, and as you said, the fastest rising unhoused population is our seniors, because they are on a fixed income. And then it would be ignorant to deny what's happening on the federal level, because we don't know what's going to happen with Social Security, and we don't know what's going to happen with Medicare. So I have told you, it's easy for me to say yes to exploring the micro communities, 100%. But I do want to call out what Councilmember Vang said. I think the idea of supporting it is another tool in our toolbox for addressing it, but it's how we implement it is to the success of whether these work. And I will tell you, there isn't a checklist we can create such that it'll work with every community. From my district to South Sac to District 2, it's going to be slightly different. So I can tell you I stand ready. Everybody always looks to District 1 and says, what are you going to do about it? I always tell everybody I have the least amount of city land available as everybody else, but I did find a strip.
Found a sliver.
I found a strip. So I'm willing to have those conversations. And just as much as there was a piece of land that we did have that was city-owned property that I fully dedicated to 100% affordable housing. And we just opened up another affordable housing unit that has 30% EMI units available. So Natomas is doing its part. I am leading. I am okay for the NIMBYs to yell at me. I'm okay for the community to be angry at me. And I will go what to Councilmember Maple said. Vote me out. Fine. For doing the right thing and making sure our seniors and our family and our women are housed. Cool. I'm going to have, but I need to have conversations with my community. You can't just say yes. We're going to have those conversations. I'm willing to have people yell at me and still be okay moving forward with it. But it then comes to good neighbor policy, having those conversations with people. My job is not to convince them it's going to work, but we have to try and set up the system so that it works in the best way possible. On preventive, I will go back and agree with Councilmember Vang, and this is something I have talked to you a lot about. We saw during the pandemic some of the most successful model, especially with what SHRA set up, was looking at those who were in the process through the judicial system to be kicked out because they couldn't pay their rent. I'm not saying how that was set up was the most appropriate, but we do know, and then I'll kind of pivot a little bit. When you look at the data that has come out regarding universal income and what United Way has done, and if you go with the small amount of income of the individuals that they are supporting and the preventive of keeping people in their housing, we got to do more on the front end, because there is data to support that it helps in the long term. But one of the things why United Way is so successful, and that's how I would hope we would implement in our micro communities, because it's also in our SHRA communities and others. When they come in, well, they're paying rent, so I support the fee. Because if you want stable housing, that's normal when you're looking at these micro communities. But one of the things that they're also getting is services regarding financial literacy. Healthcare, applying for Medi-Cal or Medicaid if it still exists. Services that actually make it so that they understand, because I think some of us in the world and the community take for granted that people should automatically know that. Maybe they don't. I can tell you, having worked a fair amount with women in domestic violence situations and having fled, It took them so long to lead because, one, they had no control over their finances, and two, there was nowhere for them to go. So especially, I know, to find success, it is teaching them life skills of financial literacy. So if we have these micro communities, I don't want to just have it that they're going to succeed with our seniors, because we believe sometimes with age comes wisdom. There's been past traumas. How are we setting them up for success? And I think that's where you'll find, as we move forward with these micro communities, if we come forward with having that discussion, one, that'll help them to be more successful. But also, I want to take the model of what United Way has made it successful for when it's just 1 year of guaranteed income, and these families are better off and are continuing to stay into housing even after their guaranteed income is not there anymore. That's where I think we have to look to other models for that success for the micro communities. And then it comes to the budget stuff. I will go back and say we're going to have not so easy conversations, and we're going to have some hard choices. But I agree with the mayor, but maybe something slightly different on our hotel motel system of getting people in. I think I would look at 6 months of getting them in and stability, but also, are we looking at financial literacy and other things and having the discussion at 6 months? Should they 10% of what they're bringing in go towards, because anyone that's going to move out of our hotel system has got to understand there is a program fee, there is a small micro emergency shelters legally off the table, 100%. But you can't have somebody in our motels and hotel system because they are spending their money somewhere. Have we taught them anything? You know, and if you look at, go back to after World War II in Europe, and you look at England and social housing and what came up, this is normal, and this is standard. I want to give people skills for success. And so that is where I am. So I look forward to when our audit, and two, I know you're looking at this, but data, you know, and my staff sent a couple of questions your way, so you may not have the answers now, but these are things that are on my mind. Of the residents who are offered and receiving permanent supportive housing, what percentage of those residents are accepting voluntary services? And then part of me goes, well, if they're in permanent supportive housing, why are the services voluntary? Because how are they going to learn the skills to help themselves if we don't get them the help that they're looking for?
I agree. I don't think it's such a
Or
hard,
you can follow back up, Yayan, it's okay.
yeah, it's a hard metric to pull. But we'll dig into it, and you'll have to go to each individual provider and each individual to see who's taking services. But we can dig into it, for sure.
And then what options are currently available to nonprofits, private entities, and stakeholders who are looking to donate to the city or support in that public-private partnership in addressing the homelessness? Is there something that is currently in place that they can reach out to in the city?
We need a more formal structure, I can tell you that. What we have in place, did we have something on? Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing formal in place. I mean, that's an area, that's why we look at going out to, those partnerships more. We're running as fast as we can to keep up and to catch up. There's a lot of programs that should have been in place that we don't have yet.
So I think one of the next things is, what are we doing to put in place a structure for public-private and partnerships? What does that look like? Because we can talk about it, but if we don't have a structure in place and somebody is ready to go, because we all talk about Camp Hope, but that is a private, and it has some public. So if we want that here in Sacramento, what is that structure or system look like? So I hope that is part of the conversation
is.
that we're looking at. What have the outcomes been so far for the street to housing program that we brought up?
It's been, so as you know, that program, we started small, with small encampments. We're in, what do we have, 20 housed now? 20 housed. We're in our third encampment, and we're starting to turn up the flame. The first encampments are trying to get the kinks out of the system and figure out how we can get moving here. And now with this next encampment is a larger encampment. And so far, we've gotten everybody but one person, 2 people that didn't go into housing. Everybody else we got into housing. That program is, everybody's learning the challenges of all the many challenges of having 6 dogs and not remembering your social security number and trying to get an ID and everything that goes along with that. So it's been challenging, but we're moving.
I want to thank you, I want to thank your team. Now, that's grant funded, right? And how many more years do we have, or year do we have on that? 1 more year left for that grant funding?
It was a 2-year in total, so as soon as, the quicker we can get people housed, the longer we can house them.
Well, I want to thank you. I know we're not solving this overnight, but I appreciate your efforts in expanding and looking at things different. And I do support the safe parking. I think the partner in some of the hiccup is Caltrans and SAC-RT, where former council did a yeoman's job on a lot of this. A lot of the hiccup were other outside entities, so I have the political will to ask them. And I think my colleagues before me getting on council that pushed this, but I'm a partner in seeing how we can make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dickinson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Brian, for the presentation and for the ability to stand there for an interminable length of time. I have a couple questions, and probably to the shock and surprise of all, a few comments, but I do at the outset want to say I support Councilmember Kaplan's comments about the waterways north of the river generally, and I certainly, as one member of the council, would be happy to participate, facilitate whatever might be useful in bringing together the American River Flood Control District, RD 1000, and SAFCA, the other agencies, to coordinate and hopefully see some funding from those entities as well toward keeping our waterways safe and clean. I have a couple of questions that I wanted to start with, and I was curious with respect to the bullet about the motel program, which said we can develop reasonable fees for our motel program for stabilized guests who have incomes. I just curious, what is if you know, the general income level of those in the motel program? Is it also mostly SSI?
Yeah, so we've been digging into that, and you know, the fact that we're looking into all these programs, we're not turning them on tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to get with all the communities before we stand up microsites. Looking at the motel program in particular, it's a little different animal because it's families. And so there's quite the variation of families, that are in there and makeup of the families that are in there. So we're again, not going to turn on the switch tomorrow for fees, and that's the data that we're mining right now, is to find out what that looks like, how many have an income, what that income is, and even with this with the fee structure of any sort, there's options. There's it could be a savings account for later on when you're ready to move on. You either have the funding for your down payment or you have money in your pocket. It's, again, we're not we're not, it's not going to impact us to take these fees and suddenly we're going to be able to open up another site. But there is some funding there. Kind of going back to what Councilmember Kaplan said, it's that learning financial savvy of how to take your money and learn how to balance it. And so we don't, long answer to your question, we're still pulling the data on what our incomes look like across the board.
You use the term fee here as opposed to rent. Are you thinking about fees for services that would be used by those in the motel program, or are you thinking about rent?
No, I'm saying
both.
I'm saying fees because it's because fees are going back in, whether we end up being a fee that we, like I said, set up as a savings for you, or whether that fee goes back in the operations of the system, it will go back in the system. It won't be rent that we'll be collecting on that site.
Okay. So you would differentiate that then from the rent you're suggesting be charged to those at the microsites?
No, the microsites would be a fee as well, because again, that would go back into operating the site to try and help offset the.
I get where you're saying where it's going to go, but you used rent as a terminology with respect to the microsites, but you use fee here. So I wondered if there's a distinction. But in your mind, there's not in your concept, there's not a distinction between the two.
Correct.
Okay. I wonder, with respect to charging potentially some amount, if the question isn't would a rational person make a choice to pay $300 to be under a roof or not and be out on the street, but rather the question is how many people will be deterred from going under a roof because they have to pay a fee or rent to do that. How many people are going to sacrifice a third or a fourth of their available income each month to have a roof, as opposed to have that extra money to do whatever they choose to do with it, notwithstanding they stay out on the street?
Right. So that's why we would look at this first pilot to look at our seniors that are in our shelters right now. And so if they chose not to pay the money, then they would stay at the shelter. And specifically congregate shelter for a senior would probably not be the best place for a senior to be. Again, it's voluntary.
But that's not our objective, is it? Our objective isn't to say you can stay on the street with its exposure in many different respects that you face, or you can come under a roof. Our objective is to get people into housing, isn't it?
Well, we're double satisfying that, because the choice is not a choice of being in the street or paying $300. If you're in the street, we're going to put you in an emergency shelter if we have room for the shelter. So then by creating an actual place to house from the shelter is going to open up room in the shelter. So from the street, it would allow us the benefit of having you actually have a place for you in our shelter.
And so does that not create additional pressure for people to stay in the shelter as opposed to move into something that hopefully would be more permanent? You used interim housing, but more permanent.
And that's why it's a pilot. And time will tell whether, like I said, our unscientific study is that, yes, they're absolutely willing to pay. And that's why, again, that's why it's a pilot. We'll pilot it. If the charge of the program fee doesn't work, the microsites still pencil out ahead of an emergency shelter.
I took note of that, actually, because I think that argues against charging fees as opposed to charging them. If we have people who are deterred from moving in because they would lose a portion of their income, and we still can operate it at a lower cost than what we're doing today, then why would we charge people?
Well, again, it goes back to educating them to pay, and likely they're going to stay at these sites. That is going to be their house, and so then we as a city would be paying for houses for everybody for no fee. And then, like, I would like somebody to pay my house payment, and then I get all of my money to do what I want with. I know that people are going to scream about that, well, blah, 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 but it is what it is. If you have enough money to live on after paying a nominal portion of what you have, we're not asking to take all of your money and you're not going to have enough. You have internet, electricity, a place to live in. When I joined the military, I was making $500 a month, $487 a month. And why I can make $487 a month work is because I can go to the chow hall and get something to eat, and I had a roof over my head and power paid. I didn't have to pay an electric bill. I didn't have to pay rent, and I could still make $500 work. And so...
And so today, you're extrapolating from that today someone can make $600 to $900 a month work to survive in a dignified manner for a month.
I'm extrapolating from that you could pay 30% of your income like the rest of us and manage to survive on...
People in this condition aren't like the rest of us, are they? They don't have money for a mortgage payment and to go out to dinner and to go to the movies.
That is correct.
So don't we have to examine the fundamental assumption that these people are in the same position financially that the rest of us who are lucky to be financially in a better position are?
Well, I think that what we're talking about is two different things here in trying to compare the two, right? What I'm saying is that if you have a roof over your head, if you're only making $1,000 a month, nobody's going on vacation. It doesn't matter if you had all your $1,000. And so if you have 700 instead of your 1,000, is that significantly going to impact you if you have a safe place to sleep and shower and internet? And I can tell you, my retired neighbors that have plenty of money to go do whatever they want, watch TV all day. So number one, we're looking at seniors. And I'm getting to be a senior myself. But what I'm saying is that they're already limited on what their $1,000 is going to get them. And if we can get a roof over their head for $300, I mean, it's a...
They're already limited on the money they have. Doesn't that make every dollar more valuable? When we can house them and not charge them, and still be ahead of what we're doing today?
If we house them and not charge them, and they have $1,000 instead of $700, I would ask, would that make their lifestyle significantly different by...
Let's go ask them. I got to guess at what the answer would be.
Well, also, Roger, I hear you, but I don't want to have this back and forth forever.
Fine. That's fine.
I think, too, I just want to, I was debating to interject, is that I think there's roughly, let's say there's 5,000 homeless in the city, 3,000 to 5,000, right? Say 20% of population are seniors. Right. Those are hundreds of seniors, and we're going to try this out at 3 sites at 40. Right? So that's 120. So we're saying of the hundreds of seniors out there, is there anybody that wants to raise up and get housing for $300? I think there'll be multiple people that say yes. And we've already talked to them. We've already talked to multiple, our staff are shaking their head. They're saying yes. And so I think I think that's the equation we're focusing on, is how many people signed up for it. And we're trying this out, and we'll go from there. Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the intervention. And I'll rest on this subject, but as you can tell, I have fundamental and profound questions about this idea. Let me just I have a few comments as well, and you know, I want to note that historically it was the county, as it is in most places across California, that had sole responsibility for addressing homelessness. And I have to say, I vividly recall one of the early issues I faced as a supervisor was whether or not to open the county's winter shelter at Cal Expo early in the winter of 1994-95. I give great credit to those at the city level, both staff and elected officials, who have taken on homelessness as a city responsibility because the city didn't have to do that. And so the county is always going to be, given the structure of the way funding works and responsibilities work in local government in California, the county is always going to be an indispensable party to our efforts to address homelessness. But I do think that there is recognition due for the establishment and expansion of shelter beds and services and other efforts by the city to be part of the solution. So I do give great credit in that. It's also clear to me, and has been clear for a long time, that unless we, and some others have made reference to this, unless we have a very coordinated approach, not just with the county, but with the other cities in this county, and perhaps even thinking beyond county lines to our surrounding neighbor counties and cities. Unless we have a very coordinated approach, we are not going to be as effective as we can be with the resources we've got, which are always going to be limited. So I am one of those who is very supportive of trying to expand our coordination. I'm pleased to see that we'll have a joint meeting with the board sometime later this year, but I think a lot of this work actually doesn't go on necessarily in a public setting. It goes on at the staff level. It goes on at the elected to elected level, and that's work that I think each of us on the council would do well to be a missionary on with our local elected counterparts. I also am a strong believer, after the years I've spent, that everyone has to be part of the solution. We cannot have a result that places the burden of addressing the issue on certain communities or areas or neighborhoods while others don't share that obligation and that responsibility. That is not an approach which ultimately will bring us together, but it will divide us. And we can't afford, in my judgment, to be divided on that. We need to move in concert. I think from the standpoint of the public is interested in knowing some basics. You have spent in your slides some time laying out what we spend, and that's certainly something that the public is keenly interested in. But I also think that the public's interested in what our status is and what our efforts yield. Meaning, we know what the point in time count is. We have that number on a periodic basis. But do we make it clear to the public how many people we help into shelter? How many people we help into transitional housing? How many people we move into permanent supportive housing? Do we make it clear what the outcomes are that we get from the money we spend? And even if those numbers are not where we would necessarily hope they might be, we don't, I think, generate the kind of understanding we have to have from the public unless we are transparent with them about what their money is getting spent on and what it's yielding in terms of results. So that's not so much a topic of focus today, but I would really encourage us to look at developing some, whether it's a dashboard or something of data that can be available to the public, so they can see what kind of progress we make, which leads me to the point that I think, for me, underpins addressing homelessness at its foundation. Others have mentioned it. So to that extent, I apologize for being repetitive, but it's about prevention. We're not talking, thank you for showing the chart, moving more resources into prevention, but we really haven't talked much about the mechanics or logistics or the initiatives to address prevention. And I would think, Mayor, that would be an important topic to spend some time on in a council meeting as well. When Emily Halcon tells the Board of Supervisors in the fall of 2023 that for every person we're helping off the street, 3.2 people are becoming homeless, I think it's apparent that what we're doing is not successful enough. It doesn't mean what we're doing isn't successful. We help people. We help hundreds of people every year off the street, but we're chasing our tail. And until and unless we start doing more and more effective work in prevention, we're going to continue to spend millions of dollars not having success, and certainly not as the public sees it or measures it. So I'm very interested in having a more fulsome discussion of what are the strategies, the approaches, and the techniques that we're proposing, we now employ now, and propose to employ to take that greater allocation, that greater emphasis on prevention, and make it work. I'm interested, I see Lisa back there. I know I've talked to you and Yayin about what they've tried in LA using AI as a way to assist in identifying people at risk of homelessness. I mean, I think we need to be creative and innovative in that regard. But that's, for me, where we need to move a lot more of our time and effort, frankly. With respect to the people that we're helping in our housing, it seems to me that what we need to be focusing on is helping people stabilize themselves by getting the documents they need, driver's license, social security cards, those kinds of things, by helping them repair their credit history, which is you made mention of trying to move people to self-sufficiency. You don't become self-sufficient if you don't have those kinds of basics that you need to rent a place, to drive from here to there, to not have a criminal record that prevents you from finding housing in the private market, from not being able to borrow money. So those are services I know that we do provide, but that's, to me, where I would place the emphasis on helping people. And that also, in terms of our numbers, I'm sorry to come back to this, but it did raise the question for me of, to what extent you're using HMIS to indicate the numbers, as a reflection of numbers, and that's not everybody. Not everybody's in HMIS. I'm just curious if you have a sense of the either number or percentage of people who we don't have in HMIS.
So SSF has done some great work on the data, and as you look at, even when we had our PIT count number and HMIS, we've done a lot of work of getting people into HMIS to get it more accurate, and that number is coming to where it's going to essentially, we'll have a really good idea of what our pit's going to look like, because it's.
I think the last I saw, that was a couple thousand different.
It was like a couple hundred even at this point.
Okay, all right.
And I would have to ask, any idea who's outside of HMIS? Lisa, do you have any idea of who isn't in HMIS, percentage-wise?
Keep it tight.
But I would say we are getting a lot better coverage as a result of coordinated access and all the outreach work that has been happening. So, and a lot more accurate data than we've ever had because of that coverage. But I think we're close, but we're not there. I don't know that I can give you an exact number, but we are trying to continue to see how we can determine how much of that data that we are sharing now on a monthly basis on our dashboard is due to actual increases in homelessness versus better data capture. And we right now think it's a little bit of both.
And I appreciate the effort to reconcile the two, but I think, again, that the data is important in with our credibility with the public. So having the best numbers we can makes a difference.
And I think us having them transparent and available on a monthly basis, which also that dashboard does tell you how many people were housed each month. So, and then we do have data that is by program as well. So we're trying to get to a point where we can make that more clearer to the public, to your point.
Thank you, Lisa. I will say, just on the items before us, I do support the microsite idea. I think it can work. I think it needs some careful thought and appreciation of the issues that essentially scattered sites raise. But I've been through scattered site affordable housing in my life, so I've seen it work as an overall programmatic approach. So I support that, and I do also agree that looking for safe parking locations is a worthwhile endeavor as well. So let me just finish by saying again, notwithstanding the questions, I appreciate the support. The presentation, but I will just underscore the need for focus on prevention. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pluckybaum, and then our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for organizing this workshop. Thank you to all the staff and speakers who are working to make our city better. I know this is a difficult topic. I want to, Brian, you can take a quick break and then I'll call you back. I want to call up a couple of the speakers, Greta and Sean, if you wouldn't mind. Greta, in your comments, you were talking a little bit about opportunities to improve the 311 system. And Sean, if you wouldn't mind, I'm interested in your unique perspective on Alkali and Mansion Flats, but first, Greta.
Yes, you and the mayor saw our footage, and so you understand full well what the challenges are for businesses in that area of town. I know that it made an impact. But the rest of you haven't seen that footage, and I have asked our executive director to send that out to each one of you, and I hope that you'll take the 3 minutes it takes to look so that you can get a context for what businesses are dealing with in this area of town, because it's substantial. And I just talked to my executive director and said, well, how long has it been since, you know, a crew has visited the area on between 12th and 16th Street? And as far as he knows, it's been since January. So today was the first time we've heard of a crew being out there. So it's not like business owners are not calling, they are. But their challenge is that business owners are one or two people, or a manager. That's one or two people calling in. And so what the challenge is, you can't ask your customers to call 311 and complain, can you? I mean, think about it. Your customers would never come back. So that is what they are facing, and I don't know what the answer is, but clearly calling a 311 system is almost a waste of time for businesses. I don't think it works for them. And I saw that there is a separate system for businesses to call in 311. But even that, there's nowhere where you can say, I'm desperate, you can't, it's like there's no way to paint a picture how difficult it is to manage that. And so I don't know what the answer is. I mean, Brian's a creative guy. Maybe he can think of a way. But there has to be a different metric for businesses, because you are dealing with customers. They're coming in to visit you, and they ask you for a service. And if you can't attract those people to your business and then keep those people coming back, you're going to die. And a lot of businesses between 12th and 16th have evaporated. They've gone away over the years since I've been there.
Mayor, if it's appropriate in the future, I'd like to ask that we have a workshop on 311 and opportunities for improvement, if there's a chance for us to look at that system. Okay. That is our primary data portal for any kind of constituent or customer complaints. And we've, I think, heard tonight and other times about challenges that folks are having getting timely feedback from that system.
Yeah, we'll add it to the city manager's lodge.
Thank you. Sean, you represent Alkaline Mansion Flats
Yes,
Historic
sir.
Neighborhood Association, right there at, the intersection of the rail yards, the River District, and the rest of downtown.
Yes,
You've had a unique bird dog, sort of seat.
You're stealing my speech.
Yeah, go ahead.
As you said, our neighborhood is directly sandwiched in between downtown, the rail yards, and the River District. And we've been addressing city council for decades because of the overconcentration of homeless services in the area. Over the years, we've had a front row seat to the city's homeless policies and strategies, and we've seen successful programs and some not so successful. But there's one issue that never seemed to get addressed, and that is extremely crucial to the city's homeless strategy. That is the fact that the regional partners in the 6-county region and the 60-plus cities use the city of Sacramento as their homeless policy. The last pit count showed that the county had 6,600 people experiencing homeless, and most of that number was in the city of Sacramento. My neighbors, businesses, city staff have all witnessed other county sheriff officers and other city police officers dropping off homeless people in the River District and the Central City. We've seen people walking around in hospital gowns, dropped off from hospitals. I've heard from representatives of several other cities that their homeless policy is a bus ticket. West Sacramento has 0 homeless shelters for adult men, and it's clear that their policy is for them to walk across a bridge and seek services in Sacramento. West Sacramento is not alone in this strategy. Sacramento needs to publicly acknowledge that this is an issue that is currently happening and that it must be addressed. Collect supporting data and information from each of the cities and counties, including what services are currently being offered and what their capacities are, and importantly, what services they're not offering. The city needs to work with the area homeless advocates to plan strategies to lobby for these additional services throughout the region. Without regional support, every service offered in the city of Sacramento will constantly overflowing, leaving the appearance that you've done nothing. Every person you house will continue to be replaced by a person that's been replaced by another one. So, the point is that as I've heard earlier, every person that you house, there's 3.1 that is replacing them, but they're not all being replaced in the city of Sacramento. West Sacramento, it's just an easy example, but there's other cities that are doing exactly the same thing.
Thank you. I would allow Mr. Pluckybaum to have his comments. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Sean. Brian, if I could get you back up next. I think we've all heard tonight a strong desire for better regional collaboration and opportunities for us to improve the governance model around how we're providing these services. My question to you is much more straightforward. Today, is there adequate space available, sufficient space for all the folks who are on the streets? And I'm talking, safe ground camping, parking, congregate shelter, beds. Is there space today for everyone to get off the streets in the region?
Wow, that's a big question. We would, on city land alone you're talking about?
Nope.
I think if we banged on every door in the city, sure, we have enough space.
Okay. Then my request to the manager and staff is that the earliest availability, bring back a work plan for us, that what it would look like to open up. We've heard the mayor talk about, let's not the perfect be the enemy of the good. Whatever it would take to get folks into a better condition than sleeping on our sidewalks, even if that's still in a tent, still without power, still without all the other amenities that we want to provide, because clearly we're not going to hit that $2.3 billion mark anytime soon. But what can we do to start improving the conditions for folks and wherever we can, providing shelter, security, storage, showers, and toilets, so that folks can start to stabilize in those locations. I think we all recognize the impacts that sweeps have on the continuity of lives for people. So wherever possible, if we can avoid that kind of destructive, harmful, counterproductive work, I don't think that's the business any of us are trying to be in. With respect to incentives, I'm a big fan of incentives. If we were asking folks to pay into a system in exchange for access to shelter space, what's in it for them? do they, in addition to getting access to the space, is there any other inducement or opportunity that we could provide them? If there's an opportunity for us to provide them enhanced services or some other savings program or some sort of opportunity in exchange for that fee or rent payment back to the city, I think that might be an idea worth considering. I hear Councilmember Dickinson's concern about whether or not that might be sufficient impediment to folks accepting the offer of shelter that we're giving. And certainly what none of us are trying to do is throw up additional barriers. And so thinking about what are the things that we can do to both provide a incentive, a carrot on one side, and then a little nudge, a little push where needed on the other. I really appreciate the thinking and next steps about access to new sources of funds. I encourage you to look at our Gifts to Share 501c3 as a vehicle if that doesn't work. I know that the healthcare and faith community partners that we're working with have other nonprofit vehicles that we could partner with and through. I asked my colleagues that are on the RT board to talk to our friends at RT about all of our park and ride sites. I believe that those all should be housing full stop anyway. So as we are working to transition those sites to housing, this safe parking, safe camping, I think opportunity is a good one for those sites. I've spoken to RT staff about it directly myself, and I think that there's an opportunity to do that. And then I wanted to follow up a little bit about what Councilmember Dickinson was saying in terms of prevention and diversion and the work that LA County is doing. Anything that we can do to start getting ahead of this and be more proactive. I think it's time for us as a community. We've been reacting for a long time. And I want to acknowledge up front, all of this is not for lack of trying, right? This is decades, generations of people putting in their best efforts. And it's difficult. So what I would like to see us do is start thinking about what we can do to get in front of it. What LA County is doing in terms of credit monitoring, using their version of a 311 system to do outbound calling and reach out to folks proactively. I know that work is expensive. I know that there's resource challenges, but I think that we might start to see that some of these things that we're talking about, not only do we have a moral obligation to do them, but they're more effective, and we can yield a better outcome at a lower cost through some of the strategies that have been discussed today. So at the end of this, I really what I want to do is just say thank you for all the work that goes on. This is hundreds of hours of work, I know, just to do this one workshop. And there's more work to do, clearly. But what I think we've witnessed today is a strong desire in the community to work together collaboratively for a common goal. I think there is a willingness in our citizenry to dig deeper and raise funds where needed. If we can present a model back that says for a reasonable investment, we can yield a reasonable result that will actually be beneficial to all the parties involved, I think that there's a desire to do that work and raise those funds as needed. But we need to be able to present that work plan back to the public that says for an investment X, we're going to do Y by date Z. Simple as that. So, Brian, thank you. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. City Manager wants to help close us out. City Manager.
Thank you very much. First, Mayor, I want to thank you for helping us get this on the agenda and asking the right questions. And I really want to thank Brian and the team, Tim, Yayin, for your tireless effort and creativity to address what has become a seminal challenge to many communities across the United States. We had permission to be bold and to try new things. We built this plane in flight. Emily is here. She was part of the construction crew, and sometimes you hit it and sometimes you don't. And the permission to go back and say, this isn't working and we're going to do something different is really big. There are a lot of questions, there are a lot of concerns, and we will only find out by trying what works and what doesn't work. And we may be very, very well be back here in 6 months or a year saying this didn't work or that didn't work. But I want to thank the council for not blinking in this moment and the will to move forward and try new things. And I think our next visit back will be a work plan on some of the things that we've heard today, in addition to what we're already doing. The thing that I remind you is this is a small but mighty crew. We are asking the same people to do 1,000 different things. And we have to remember it's the people resources and not just the dollar resources that become a challenge for us. So we will prioritize and move forward. And thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I close it out, do you have something, Mai Vang?
I do, Mayor. I know this item was review, comment, and provide direction. So we're not voting tonight to move forward with this interim housing microcommunities, or are we? I
No.
just wanted clarity on that.
No, there's no vote, but we obviously provided lots of direction to city staff tonight.
So does that mean we're moving forward with it? I just wanted clarity on that so I can articulate that to my constituents.
Yes.
So you're saying we are moving forward with the microcommunities?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
With everybody's concerns, we're not turning the switch tomorrow. All of this will be taken in, and this is only one piece of the 1,000 things we're doing. And so, I don't bring the micro communities that it's the fix-all. It is one component of several meetings that we will have on all of this. On prevention, we'll bring back and dig into prevention. We are digging into all of it anyway. But this is just one item on this homeless workshop that we're bringing forward.
Yeah, maybe allow me to help put this into piece. We spent 2 hours just us talking, and I thought about having a broader about governance, the county, SHRA steps forward, but that would have been 10 hours. So you eat elephant one bite at a time. So I thought that we should focus on what we can control in our city budget, and this is what we did tonight. And I know there are some issues as far as implementation. It sounds like the majority wanted you to start this and come back to us and having report out. But I think there are some some legitimate questions. Yeah, I would like to have these microsites free to everybody, but that means we'd only have 60 versus 120. So there's no free lunch. The math is the math. So we can do them for free and charge no copay for people, but then we'd serve fewer people. We can have more hotels for people for an unlimited amount of time in the motel program, but then we would serve fewer people. So I think back to what Councilor Maple said about equity too. Some people are knocking the door, let me in. I would love to have that. And so we need to balance this out, and I think this allows us to do just that. There are clearly some follow-up things that we kind of touched on today that I will focus on coming back. Certainly the county and city partnership and cooperation is key, and I concur with Councilmember Dickinson that it's not always up here, it's behind the scenes, and we're doing that. We have our first meeting scheduled. I'm communicating with our RT president as far as some of those site locations, and so we will certainly be following up behind the scenes. But, as I mentioned earlier, there has been subtle progress in this front. Lots of frustration still from community members who are homeless and who have an impact of homelessness. But, we're not resting. We got to keep going and look how to improve upon that. So with that, this is a receive and file. Thank you very much. Oh, question. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Just actually question. I hear what you said about direction to pursue the microsites, and I didn't hear any dissent on that issue. Whether or not we charge any fees, would you expect that decision to come back to the council but before being instituted or not?
That was not the plan of an up or down vote on that?
Yeah.
How about we
Yeah, I think, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if we have consensus one way or that on that.
Right,
Roger,
that's why
yeah.
I would think that component at least would come back.
Yeah, I think that this is a policy that's under the discretion of the city manager to cite these programs and implement them. And so, you know, we do have some opportunity to come back and have maybe an implementation workshop on this one more time, just on the microsites. Yeah, so we can do that. Yes, Councilmember?
Mayor, so I think it might be a good idea for you to move forward based on all our direction here of, I think there was like 3 people that decided, hey, I think charging is not a good idea. A large chunk that said that it is. So maybe create the project and then come back to council, and then we'll do an up and down vote on the tiny homes and maybe the location and incorporate all into one.
There's a lot of work to be done before we even get the sites up, so we have plenty of time to work through setting the site up.
Yeah, maybe you can come back with kind of the implementation plan and whether or not that's the fee structure, some of the other rules and policies you want to put in place, the good neighbor policies, which I think council members have talked about that. Sure. We can have an opportunity to vote on that plan. So we'll do that. I think that's a fair compromise.
I assume there's going to have to come back with sites, too.
Yeah. No.
No sites.
No sites.
The benefit to the sites on this is that any piece of land, we can scale these, right? So they don't have to be 40 units.
Yeah.
If there's a piece of land that has 20 units and it's in whatever district.
This is highly problematic. I'm sorry, Brian, but the city happens to own more land in certain parts of the city than in other parts. And so we need, whether it's here or offline, we need to have a clear discussion on
Yeah, well, I concur with that, Roger, and I think fairness is paramount, and I will lean heavy on our city management to make sure we don't undue burden certain areas, but this council, I'm not going to second guess, spent 2 years debating this, and we didn't get anything built because we focused on having to have up or down sites, votes on sites. And if you look at the map, I think there is a pretty decent distribution, but there need to be other places that are not on there. So I support the policy that the prior council focused on those sites. So with that, we have our work to continue, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mayor.
So, Mayor, we now need move to council comments, ideas, questions, AB 123 reports. I'm seeing no one queued up. I have 20 speakers for public comment matters not on the agenda. Oh,
Sorry, City, I
Councilmember.
didn't hit my cue fast enough because still processing the presentation. So, thank you. So just some quick, is it an announcement? Is that what we're doing?
We're on council comments, yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Just wanted to announce that this Sunday, May 4th, from 9 to 1 p.m. Is the reopening of our Mediview Farmers Market. Really encouraging folks to come out to that. SAC-RT is offering free rides, and as you know, the Mediview area is food insecure, and so we worked really hard to launch our Mediview Farmers Market, so really encouraging folks to come out to that. And then I also wanted to share as well.
Councilmember Vang, pause for a second. Please clear the council chambers if you are having side conversations. We are moving on with council member comments. Okay, resume, Councilmember Mai.
Thanks. I also wanted to share that we have the second annual Oh Baby Community Baby Shower by the Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center happening at the Pinnell Community Center on May 10th from 10 to 2 o'clock. And so encouraging folks to come join us for that. And then lastly, I just wanted to announce that our Heart and Hustle Scholarship is now open until May 15th. Any students, any high school seniors who go to school in District 8 or live in District 8 can apply. It is a $1,000 scholarship, and it can be used towards your college or vocational school expenses, and you can apply at www.hearthustle.org/scholarship 2025. Those are my announcement.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My AB 1234, I was at the Cal Cities Leader Summit this past week. Took a lot of sessions about budget, how to hold our charter staff accountable, align our goals and objectives to our budget, as well as looking at what would happen with certain federal organizations and funding streams if they were to go away and the effect on states, among other items. And then I just want to piggyback District 1 has also a scholarship for graduating seniors. If you live in District 1, the application is on my website. It is due by May 15th. I look forward. This is a continuation of what I created as a school board member. I fully believe in closing the digital divide and look forward to helping as many graduating seniors who, whether they're going on to community college, vocational school, helping them with technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Madam Clerk, public comment?
Yes, I have 20 speakers. Mary Tapple, Gordon Liu, Ronnie Shaw, and please do line up in the middle aisle. I'm betting we've lost a few people. So Mary, Gordon, Ronnie Shaw, Sherry Dimmerling, Laurel Hollis.
Hello, thank you to the members of the council who stayed. I'm Mary Tapple. I live in District 2. I'm a long-term user, supporter of the Sacramento Northern Bike Trail. And I want to again reemphasize that the massive amount of public city time, park safety rangers time last year, and Sacramento Police Department time to clean up the Sacramento the Sacramento Northern Bike Trail, make it safe for the public to use it for its legally allowed purposes, like not drug sales, not having loaded weapons that you use for armed robberies, not having aggressive dogs in a tent that you can send out for whatever purpose you want. Anyway, public safety and public health still need to be defended daily on the Sacramento Northern Bike Trail, particularly in the neighborhoods of Del Paso Heights and Old Sacramento and the adjacent neighborhoods, and all the way to where you get to the American River Parkway after you cross the railroad tracks that's past the old Camp Resolution site. That was a horrible thing that we all went through. They had one murder each year in 2023 and in 2024, rather, one homicide each year. It was an extreme increase of violence over what that area had seen before. And people being moved off Arcade Creek currently because of the huge encampments that are so endangering our water resources. Too many of them are trying to move right back onto the bike trail. Too many of them were members of encampments that were allowed to stay on the bike trail for too many years, just moving from place to place along the bike trail. So we can't have them just come right on back and waste however many funds, city staff time, city management time. It was too much that we had put out when we didn't have a big deficit last year. We can't do it with a big deficit. We can't do it again. We need to protect.
Thank you for your comments. Is it Golden or Gordon, Lou? Okay. And then Ronnie?
Hi, my name's Gordon Liu. I'm president in the Rialto Neighbors United. I'm from District 2. District 2 has shouldered homeless impacts for decades. We have done more than our fair share. We're doing it right now. Though North Sacramento and District 2 is a dumping ground for the city's homeless. The city engineered all the homeless to be pushed into our area. The impacts to this neighborhood and the surrounding area are a daily problem. Why bring a project into an area that is already underserved and so poor? North Sacramento has Roseville Road shelters, the Grove shelters that house the homeless youth, 18 to 24. We have Arden Acres that shelter women and children. We have the former Science Center that also is a respite site and an overnight shelter. And within a 1 mile radius of the proposed location on Rio Linda Boulevard, there are 7 other homeless service sites that helps homeless people. This redlining of the district and the neighborhood, the district and the surrounding neighborhoods need better projects to uplift the area and bring prosperity and equity. And Roger, I want to thank you for bringing up the regional. We need the surrounding cities and the other areas. I mean, the city of Sacramento and District 2 is like a funnel for homelessness, and I really thank you for bringing that up. That's something that really needs to be discussed with everybody else in the whole area of the county, and that's a big thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ronnie Shaw, then Sherry Dimmerling, then Laurel Hollis.
Hi, thank you guys. It's a pretty long day.
So I want to say that we come from a very, you all sitting on the dais come from a very long history of years and years of bad policies, and it really does impact District 2 the most. Thank you, Roger, for talking about the undue distribution of some of the impacts, but I think it's not really being well received by the rest of the city council, dais. You guys have a responsibility to undo a lot of the failed policies that have disproportionately affected North Sacramento. And homelessness is part of the problem, but there's all these other layers of problems when you walk around the neighborhood. Go to Del Paso Boulevard and see all the empty stores. Go to, walk around the neighborhood and see how it feels, not just the homelessness, but the crime and the blight and the lowered expectations. I think that this project needs to be the small community, what do you call them? Micro communities. I think it could be a good thing, but I think it needs to be in communities that can absorb some of the impacts. So I suggest we look at the 8 districts and see which districts have less impacts from the cumulative years of bad policies, and the 3 that are less impacted, put the projects there because it'll give a higher standard for the residents that go to this project, and less impact on the community. So I think this is going to be a long, ongoing debate. And
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Cherie, then Laurel.
Hi, I'm Cherie Dimmerling again, but this time I'm proud to be here with the National Council of Jewish Women. The NCJW, founded in 1893, is a grassroots organization guided by our Jewish values, which call on us to improve the lives of our most vulnerable women, children, and families. So I want to make sure you guys are paying attention because I'm talking about eviction. Eviction. Yeah. All right. I want to tell you about a program that we enacted in Cleveland, Ohio while I was there. It's called the Tenant's Right to Counsel, and it's a right to legal counsel for every person that's facing eviction. Legal representation for tenants is a vital tool to solving homelessness. And by the way, legal services can't help us. They are months out when you call them for an appointment. And 40% of Californians lose their cases by not being able to respond in a timely manner, okay? According to UC Berkeley's new urban displacement project, here in our county, 18% of our renters are in their highest precarity category, meaning they're most likely to face eviction. That's 42,000 people. So just so you know, before any jurisdiction ever enacted a tenant's right to counsel, there were decades of studies that have shown that the presence of counsel makes a huge difference in these cases, these eviction cases. There was a study done here in California that found that those were fully represented, the tenants that were fully represented stayed in their units 3 times as often as those that had little or no representation. So we know the deck is stacked against our tenants. 80 to 90% of landlords come to court with an attorney, and 5% of the renters come. This really is a David versus Goliath.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Laurel Hollis, then Barbara Baran, then Barbara Milgram.
Hello, my name is Laurel Hollis, and I'm also with NCJW. In 2017, New York City became the first city in the nation to establish a right to counsel law for tenants facing eviction. And since then, this model has inspired programs in 18 other cities and 5 entire states. The results in New York City have been striking. Thousands of families and individuals avoided displacement because they had access to free legal representation. About half of tenants facing eviction who received full legal counsel were able to stay in their homes. The results were especially notable for very low-income renters. Between 72 and 93% of people receiving full legal counsel were able to stay in their homes. San Francisco's RTC program, created in 2019, guarantees all tenants legal representation, regardless of income. However, 95% of the clients are extremely low or low income. The results have been powerful. 92% of tenants receiving full assistance from RTC avoided homelessness, and even when tenants did not retain their homes, many achieved favorable settlements, such as rent waivers or cash assistance for relocation. This is what a fair system looks like, one that protects people and provides solutions for landlords. The County of Los Angeles voted RTC in 2024, followed by the City of Los Angeles in 2025. In eviction proceedings in cities without right to counsel laws, 84% of landlords have legal representation, while only about 5% of tenants arrive in court with an attorney. New York City, LA, and San Francisco's policies increase the stability of renters' lives while also helping landlords avoid the cost of replacing tenants, often with simple solutions mediated by skilled legal aid. And it's time for our city to explore this approach of keeping families in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Barbara Baran.
Hi, my name's Barbara Barron. I'm also with the National Council of Jewish Women and also talking about homelessness and tenants' right to counsel. According to Matthew Desmond in Evicted, a Pulitzer Prize-winning book, eviction was the #1 reason families become homeless in Milwaukee, and nationally, data confirms this pattern. Evictions displace families and unravel lives. People lose jobs, property, children's education is disrupted, and health suffers. Evictions create permanent barriers to stability, blocking families from finding safe housing again. It's a black stain on one's record and really is a spiral into homelessness. One of the best ways to reduce homelessness is to prevent it before it starts. National research has shown that preventing evictions is one of the most effective ways of reducing new homelessness. And having a tenant's right to counsel is a proven way to prevent and reduce evictions. In New York City, the introduction of a right to counsel program led to a 41 decrease in evictions over 5 years. In Kansas City, before they implemented the right to counsel, eviction rates was 99%. In the first 3 months of implementation, the eviction rate was less than 20%. The list goes on with examples in Boulder, Cleveland, Kansas City, Toledo, Connecticut, and Washington State. A tenant's right to counsel could stop families from falling into homelessness because, as Matthew Desmond reminds us, without stable shelter, everything else falls apart. We'd like to see Sacramento on the list of cities working to interrupt this cycle. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Barbara Milgram.
Hello, I'm Barbara Milgram, and I'm also with the National Council of Jewish Women, and I also want to talk to you about the right to counsel. What I'd like to focus on is why establishing a right to counsel in Sacramento will actually make economic sense. I know times are tough and budgets are constrained, but one of the things that really comes up is that it's going to pay for itself. Evictions are not just private matters between landlords and tenants. They create public costs by increasing homelessness, straining shelters, healthcare systems, burdening schools who have to deal with mobile children. Social services are increased. The legal system is taxed through long, drawn-out trials. Simply put, fewer evictions will cost cities less money, and the numbers make it clear. In Sacramento, sheltering one family can cost over $60,000 annually. Helping a tenant stay in their home with legal support will cost a fraction of that. For every dollar that cities spend on legal aid, they can save $3 to $6 down the road. For example, Philadelphia, they spent $35 million in a right to counsel program. They saved $45 million. And the most recent report out of Detroit found that for $1 invested in a right to counsel, conservative estimates show they paid off 3 times that much. The benefit was at least $3.52. A tenant's right to counsel is a wise, preventative investment that will save Sacramento money. It's cheaper to keep people housed than to pay for the fallout for eviction.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Greg Lukenbill. Okay. Sherry Martinez. Lambert. I don't see Sherry. Lambert. Following Lambert is Jeffrey Flanagan, Michael Milton, Kyle Williams, Sean Wright.
I'm gonna try to get this in 2 minutes. Now, first of all, I'm very proud of City Councilman Dickerson for his inquiry. You must inquire when times are tough. Now, I want to say something that will be very unpopular. As I look at the rostrum, unless my math is off, you don't have a quorum. You must have so many people at the rostrum to have a quorum. I believe that applies to even public comments. Like I said, I've been studying this place for a while. Also, when I look at the city manager's desk or seat, there's 3 city managers in here. Somebody should be in that seat at all times because maybe nobody else wants to hear it, but I want to hear the city manager's report. It's on the agenda. I went to many workshops where it said if something's on the agenda, it should be acknowledged. That is something, as a matter of fact, I want to hear the city manager's report. I didn't come here just to hear about the homeless. That's one item. But when you look at the agenda, it says city manager's report. I want to see a city manager, and I started with Howard Chan. I want them to come down here just like the other guy did and just like Minty does. Let's see about the city report, not just homeless. What about the city budget? The city budget is $1.6 billion. And I, as a native, want to see that because I believe people are intentionally ruining Sacramento financially. And if you want to see somebody that cares about Sacramento, the To the Bay and Back Cheesecake, Roger, I know you should be proud, and the mayor, because you have had our cheesecakes before you became mayor. We were featured at the convention center by the Better Business Bureau. You do not get accredited by the Better Business Bureau unless you meet the criteria. And that's what this city needs to meet, is a criteria that you can be judged on.
Thank you for your comments. Jeffrey Flanagan. I don't see Jeffrey. Michael Melton. Following Michael is Kyle Williams, Sean Wright, Teresa McConnell.
All right. I think micro-housing in Santa Barbara is, I think Mary Lou is from Santa Barbara, and we need to work on Sacramento first. You know, we are from Sacramento, and we need to build and work on Sacramento first, not Santa Barbara. You know, no disrespect to Santa Barbara. You know, I know SHRA is all over California, but we need to deal with our homeless problem first, and we need to deal with our elderly people first off. You know, I got my housing a few months ago, and I still have not got my keys yet, but they talk about let's go ahead and build some apartments in Santa Barbara somewhere, although I got selected and I'm supposed to have my keys already, and I've been waiting, and I've been coming here and seeing you guys probably for the last year. You know, it's been going on for years before that, before I decided to come and speak up and say, you know, hey, what's really going on out here? But let me get back to what I was saying. And I also think it needs to be something more for the urban community out here, for musicians, for the black community, more places where, I mean, there's no black ownership. Maybe we need some micro loans or something where we could get Mr. Jennings and Mr. Roberts and, you know, some people together where, you know, the older brothers or something can get the blues or something going where we could get get the youth together. I know some people I want to do a Stop the Violence thing with the Stars and the Zillas thing, but that's nothing to do with y'all. And I also wanted to say something about, I don't understand why there's no reparations out here. Like, I went to jail, I got found not guilty, and I had no bail. I got out, I paid for a lawyer, and I don't got $10,000 to pay for, you know.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Kyle Williams, Teresa McConnell, Terry Fowler. Kyle?
Just having a little fun on the way up here, boss. I've been here for 4 hours and 15 minutes waiting to talk to you wonderful people. 4 of you have left on me, including the mayor. Wow. He's left both times I've been here to speak. Is there, if I get insecure about this, Mr. Dickerson? Remember when we spoke, how many people up against that project up the thing, and then they took it in through Folsom? You were sitting in that same spot. Awesome. How many people spoke that day? 100? It was amazing. And you know what we noticed was the developer and his people were there. Had we not shown up, he would have spoke. Well, he wasn't there. His lawyer was there. And that development would have happened. But we showed up, didn't we? The camera's over there. Where is it at? The people showed up and got involved. And we stopped that development. And then they developed it through Folsom because they hijacked it through that. That's a whole other story. I didn't know what I was going to say. I came in here to say something else, but this was just amazing to see all the people and get involved. And it's the problem is solved. If you were here, if you get this on film, all the ideas I heard today, it solved the problem. Will they do it? Okay, I meet with the governor's assistant weekly to try to get him to work with Trump, right? Because I speak Trump. And I'm not kidding, every week. Try to get them working together. Maybe I can get the three of us working together, because evidently you're not getting any federal funding. This blows my mind. You're not getting federal funding, right? So there's 50 states, probably 10 of them is where everybody goes, right? I mean, I'm homeless. I'm going to take a bus to California. I'm not going to take a bus to Minnesota. So we're taking an abundance of the burden, right? Everybody's coming to California, but you're not getting any federal funding. The math doesn't work. Oh, by the way, in 2 seconds, I'm too a donor.
Thank you for your comments. Teresa McConnell, then Terry Fowler. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
If we work together, it's all solved.
Thank you. I first want to express my much disappointment in the mayor not being here, as well as a few of the other council members. He said the same thing. 20 of us sit around, we listened to every single comment, every single speech by one of you, just to have them disappear before we got our chance. It was very disappointing. If you could express that to them, that would be great. I really wanted to talk about the proposed project. It's still in planning stage for D2. It interested me because the way it was presented was it's a 100-unit long-term micro community. And yet, he sat here and said at the workshop that there are max 40 units. The examples they showed from the Santa Barbara, I know that's just an example, those are no kitchens. He talked about a joint community kitchenette. That is not going to work. That right there is a horrible scenario. The ones that we were shown an early stage, I know it was taken off the agenda for D2. It's a little one bedroom. The models were great. The area I don't think is great, especially when you look at the write-up about how it's the mental health. I know there's substance abuse. That community cannot handle another development like that in that area. It's already hurting enough. Roger, thank you so much for bringing that up and bringing up the other areas that it can go into. I think the idea is good, but it gets me back to that untrust, because here we were talked about 100-unit kitchenettes in the thing, and then we hear the workshop where it's 40 units max. So different information being presented for the same type of thing, very disappointing. It really makes me worried about the...
Vice Mayor, they're two. They're two different things. If you stay, I'll talk to you.
So I have 5 more speakers. Terry Fowler, then Henry Harry.
Hi, my name's Terry Fowler. I'm a homeowner and a resident in District 2. I'm not a big proponent of the 100 homes in one small area for people with mental issues. I think that's a lot of people to have in one small area, in an area that already struggles with dealing with things like that. I'm really for the micro, smaller ones that he discussed, 30 to 40 units. I think that's a great idea. I think that's great, spread out through the city. But I think that more residents of District 2 should be included in the proposed solutions because District 2 does deal with a lot of those things on a regular basis. I work as well as live in the area, and I think the micro units are great. I think 100 people with mental issues in one small area put right in the middle of a residential area is not a good idea. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Henry, then Tara Kurz, Sharon Jackson, and Yana.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm going to adjust my comments here because, like some of these other people, I'm frustrated that the mayor and several council members have left. And so I would ask that you guys make sure that that frustration and that the people were upset about it or made comments about it are reflected in the minutes. And that I would also ask that maybe you guys within yourself create some kind of rule that says, hey, you know, if a member knows that they're not going to make the full meeting, let that be noted on the agenda. And perhaps I wouldn't have come down tonight because I was hoping to address my mayor. I wanted to address my mayor because I have been working with some folks over at the city. I shouldn't say working with them, but talking to folks over at the Sacramento Police Department. And I have made comments at this council meeting several times about a better way to track crime stats in the city. I believe we should be doing weekly and monthly crime stats so that we can track the serious crime problems and understand the patterns as they develop. For example, if you look at sexual assault, if we look at those on a weekly basis and we have narrative information about where they happen and what the suspects look like, you can have all kinds of people weekly monitoring that information and feeding tips to the police. So that's something important. The mayor was sitting here and he made a point to pat himself on the back for calling this meeting and making it come together regarding the homeless. He gave himself a big pat on the back. I wanted to address my mayor and ask him to use that same energy to put it into a weekly crime report, really focusing on domestic violence and sexual assault to help those victims. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tara Kurz, Sharon Jackson, then Yana.
How you guys doing? So I'm from District 2. I work a lot with the children and in the homeless community. I'm in the homeless community, register them to vote. I also do that for the kids that I mentor at 18 years old. The biggest thing that I see in the homeless community, because I'm there every day doing the good work, not for any organization, but because human kindness is what we're supposed to do, is drug abuse. I can pretty much say 100, I can't say 100 because it can't be a perfect system, but 80% of the homeless population is on opioid, crystal methamphetamine. They're drug users and and need the help to be able. They can't keep housing, and they would not be able to keep housing unless they get help with their abuse and their drug problem. I've lived it. I've seen it. I've been homeless. I'm one paycheck away from homeless myself, pretty much. So another thing is there's not enough help from the city for small businesses, people inside our district to be able to feed, clothe, and pay themselves. There's a giant budget going to the homeless. I work with the kids every day, and the homeless camps are taking over where we used to play as kids and what they had safe things to do. I proposed a business proposition. I acquired some property, to build a recreational RC track for kids to play with their toys. The city told me $21,000 just for an application fee to be able to let myself help my community and give them something to do. There's no help between the city on helping ourselves help the homeless problem. If we can get some help from you guys to help ourselves do it, a lot of it can be done and a lot of it can be fixed. But it just needs some teamwork. But I do appreciate the council taking consideration on the homeless situation because it is our biggest thing, especially in Mr. Dickinson District. It seems like half the community is homeless. But all right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I didn't see Tara, Sharon, or Yana. Thank you.
So I was just going to comment on downtown District 4. I am a resident. I've been a resident for about 16 years downtown, and it's great. I love the A's. I think they're at the bottom of the 4th or the top of the 5th right now. But I was on my way from West Sacramento over the bridge. They had to get the YOLO bus, the 42, had to get rerouted. So I ended up having to get off over at 5th and L. And on my way across the street, I had a bike. So I was on my bike, but I was in the crosswalk, and a vehicle hit my leg directly, like broke the skin, everything like that. I felt so lucky until the passenger, who was either a daughter or a niece of the driver, actually got out and started harassing me. And I have no idea. I mean, it would have just been like, oh, thank goodness, nothing happened. Okay, see you later. I feel like it's a cultural thing, you know, like you don't think that you have to teach people something that happens like that, like to care about other human beings. But this goes towards your zero injury thing, because I called the police and they were like, well, are you injured? And I told them I didn't think that I was injured. I had a little bit of a limp. I think it was from being in shock. But they go, we don't actually send people out if it's not an injury. And I think they're going along with your policy. They told me that was their policy on the zero, I don't know what, the vehicle injuries. So I don't know what can happen. I think that, of course, sending police out to every single event is going to perhaps encourage hit and runs. But culturally, we just have to teach people how to deal with situations that happen in a civil way, because the police were totally willing to come out because the woman was harassing me. So it seemed like the lesser issue got addressed.
Thank you for your comments. Vice Mayor, I have no more business to come before the council.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned at 6:27 p.m.